How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
voice inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because
So they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She no. She's I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
I was this close to going live with my microphone muted again, but I saved it. I saved it at the last moment. To my credit, I realized just as I went to hit the on button, I realized I was like, Karlyn, that microphone is muted and you just did this yesterday. And I'm pretty sure you did it the day before as well. And maybe we should have a day where we are actually behaving like a professional streamer on the internet. And maybe we should unmute the microphone prior to going live. Well, Dietz, do you know where I got this shirt, Dietz? Do you know where I got this shirt? I got this shirt at the Literal Socialism Conference when I went undercover at the Literal Socialism Conference, sponsored by Haymarket Books for several days back in September of 2023. And now I can never go to the city of Chicago again. And it really does pain me, but you know, it is what it is. And at the Socialism Conference, they have a giant ass bookstore and you can buy like every socialist book, and they also have merchandise. And so, you know, I couldn't. It's a weird thing when you get into studying the far left. And I know I'm not the only person in my community who does this. It's a weird thing because when you really get wonky about studying the subculture of the revolutionary far left in this country, one of the things that I've seen people do, and certainly this is true for me, we start to collect socialist things. We start to collect socialist memorabilia. We start to collect socialist t-shirts. We start to formulate huge propaganda libraries where we have all their zines in our own personal leftist propaganda library. Reagan is doing this. I know she is. I know Average Person is doing this. I know there are other people in the community as well who are doing this. And it's like, once you start really studying their subculture and you figure out the network of revolutionary bookstores that exist all over the country, you start going to their actual venues where they're selling stuff. You go to their bookstores, you go to their book fairs, you go to their events where they're handing out this propaganda, and their meetings where they're shilling these crazy ideas, and you start to collect things. You start to collect t-shirts. You start to collect signed copies of books of socialists you watch all the time. You start to collect hats. You start to collect pins and badges and stickers. You start to collect shit with all their crazy sayings on it. I even have a pile of historical materials that I went to a rare bookstore in San Francisco specifically to go buy a bunch of historic communist documents, because one day fun fact, can I let you guys in on my master plan for all this? One day, I want to start a museum. I'm not even joking. I want to start a museum. I want to start, part of the reason I even have socialist toys, guys. I have literal socialist toys that I got from a revolutionary communist bookstore in Portland. I want to start a museum with all this shit. I want to create not only the best documentation of the development of the far left in this country, the development and the evolution of the far left in this country from the 1930s until today. I not only want to create the best documentation of this, I want to create books for this. I want to create a massive archive of videos where we're showing this is the development and evolution of the far left subculture that we are dealing with in the United States. I want to be the preeminent historian on the practical, on the ground information about what has happened and why it's happened and presenting all of the evidence. We have so much of it, and it's just a matter of really just like getting it together in the right way. This is a very long-term project, by the way. We're talking like, if the country is still around like 10, 15 years from now, then we'll start talking about the museum. I'm thinking about a long-term project here, okay? I also actually want to create a physical museum, though. I'm not even joking about this. There are museums for every single topic. Have you guys ever been to Los Angeles? You can find any number of crazy museums in Los Angeles. You can find Scientology museums. You can find museums of old horror movie stuff and old grotesque things. You can tell the types of things that I was looking for. But like anyone can make a museum of anything. So why can't we have a museum of American communism to document with artifacts and memorabilia and like our own propaganda, our own zine library, so people can go in and read the zines and see what they were saying and all this stuff? Like, wouldn't that be fucking cool? Wouldn't that be awesome? We could hold conferences at the museum. We could hold events at the museum. We could have whatever speakers we wanted at the museum. This is my long-term plan. I am not an activist anymore. I am retired from being an activist. I'm retired. I did it for 2 years. It monumentally fucked up my life in not every possible way, but in many ways. And now I'm retired, and now my only job for hopefully the rest of my life is to study the far left and document the far left and to teach people about the far left and to do all that good stuff. That's what I want to do. That is what I want my legacy to be. And I'm a nerd at the end of the day. It's like, I kind of fashion myself as, I'm the person you find when you get really, 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 really wonky about this shit. I'm the person that you find. You have to go down the rabbit hole to find me. I'm never going to be mainstream. I'm never going to play the game that you need to play to be mainstream. I always want to be the person that, like, once you're ready to really go down the Alice in Wonderland style rabbit hole and really pay attention to what's going on, I'm the person that you find. And then this is how I've created a cult-like community of people where we get really into this shit. Like, this is something that we like doing. And if you are not a certain type of person and you don't have a certain type of sensibility and you don't have a minimum IQ requirement, you're just never going to get this. You're never, ever, 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 ever going to get this. I mean, everyone has obsessions with something. Everyone, like, people are obsessed with cars. People are obsessed with watches. People are obsessed with shoes. People are obsessed with, you golf, I guess. People can be obsessed with anything. We all have our own interests. We all have our own hobbies. For some reason, I've been able to carve out a weird niche on the internet where our obsession is studying this far left subculture, just like Jane Goodall studied the gorilla. We are anthropologists. We are cultural anthropologists, and to some extent, ethnographists. I think that's the word. Yeah, we need we definitely need to have a we there, you know what, we can do all sorts of special exhibits when we create the museum. We'll do all sorts of special exhibits. We like people in my community can curate exhibits. Wouldn't that be fucking cool? Wouldn't that be fucking cool? Actually, I'm okay. Allow me to brainstorm on the fly a little bit. One of the things I've been thinking about is really just opening it up to the community because, like, you know, sometimes I have to come to grips with the fact that I can't do everything myself. I know this is a shocking piece of information for people who see me get really excited about projects. And then I remember I already have 57 projects on my plate, and I'm only really working on 4 or 5 of them. And it just goes on the long list of projects. And I have the full intent of doing the project. I really, really do. And I do believe it will get done in its own best time. But as I have learned, and as I think many people in my community have learned, I can't do everything by myself. And this is really painful for me to admit, and I don't want to because I'm an Aries and I really shouldn't need anyone else. But I am coming to grips with the fact that, you know, I have a lot of things I want to do, and maybe I should be taking advantage of the wealth of knowledge that exists in my community for the people that are really into this shit. Why can't I crowdsource people to write papers about far left topics that they are interested in to publish through the Center for Left Wing Studies? Like people volunteering because you know something about, like, you know what this is like? Oh, holy shit. You know what this is like? We have to create our own version of Crime Think. Okay, I've got it now. This is brainstorming. This is, you're seeing the creativity. You're seeing the firelight creativity flow right now. I can't control where this fucking goes. Let's just assume this is all being inspired from the universe, okay? Why can't we create our own version of Crime Think where people submit things on different, very specific, very niche topics, either their reports or their on the ground, like, observations. It's not just about sending in your pictures and your zines and all that. You're actually, if you want to, this is going to be all volunteer, doing a write-up to try to help educate everyone else. We can do that shit, guys. We can do that shit. That's funny as shit, actually, and Crime Think might be really pissed off. Fash Think? Can we make Fash Think? Fash Think. We're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. Based Think? Yeah, maybe Based Think. We're gonna work on this. We have to make it, okay, we can't get too creative here, because if I'm running it through my nonprofit, like, we need to be, if I'm running it through my nonprofit, which I do want to be, I want my nonprofit to be taken seriously as, like, a serious endeavor, because it is a serious endeavor. Regardless of how much I joke, like, the nonprofit is a serious endeavor. Maybe we need to rein it in just a little bit when we're naming things for the nonprofit. So while I like the idea of Fash Think, and maybe we can figure it out. I really do like it. Fash Think. Is fashthink.com available? Hang on. It's available. It's available. Okay, we're going to be responsible about naming things for the nonprofit, but maybe we can have a little fun with it. Maybe with it, we can have a caption that says, "Everyone who's not a communist is a fascist." That would have to be the byline. That would have to be the byline. If we actually did Fash Think to prove a point, the byline would have to be Plague Think. That's a good one, actually. I kind of like Fash Think, though. I'm not going to lie. If we did Fash Think, the byline would have to be, "Everyone who's not a communist is a fascist," or something like that. Something that makes it very, very, very clear that the name is a little bit satirical and it's meant as a jab at them. It does have a great ring to it, Reagan. You're right. It has a great ring. We're going to have to think on that. Anyway, but, like, why can't we just do that? Why can't we just do that? And maybe at some point, as a part of it, we create an online museum. We can do that. I'm going to do that with the queer Marxism stuff. That's always been my vision for the queer Marxism stuff, was literally to create an online museum of the history and evolution of queer Marxism. That is why I own queermarxism.com. We can do that shit. Why can't we create a publication where people who have been around the community for a while and who really know their shit submit blog posts, you submit reflections, you submit your own articles to be published onto FashThink through the Center for Left-Wing Studies to present our perspective and to, I mean, I asked Reagan to write an analysis report for the No Kings protest. And I'm going to give Reagan a fancy title. Reagan is going to be a principal analyst for the Center for Left-Wing Studies. Not only is she the chief organizational officer, she's also a principal analyst now for the Center for Left-Wing Studies. Guess what? All of you guys, if you do good work and you write good papers, you can all have fancy titles as well. You want to know why? Because I fucking run this shit, and I'll give you whatever fucking title you want. And you can produce professional papers that you can publish under your real name or not under your real name. It all depends on what you want to do with it. If you want to publish under a pseudonym, that's fine. I don't care. But you will get a fancy title as an analyst or some other. We might have to have like a hierarchy of analysts. Reagan is definitely a principal analyst. There may be senior analysts. There may be junior analysts. We're gonna that way you can work your way up and get a promotion if you keep doing good work. And I kind of like that idea. Again, no one's getting paid to do this. Just to be very clear, I'm not paying. I don't have any money to pay you guys to do this. But if you want to do it, maybe we can. Bashback, maybe Kevin, maybe. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Third Eye Think, that's funny. I was just listening to Third Eye Blind on my drive home. That's funny, actually. You brought that up. Yeah, we like hierarchies here. And Reagan's like, and I'm at the top of the hierarchy because I'm the principal analyst. And anyway, what do people think of that idea? One, if you think that is a W idea. Two, if you think that's an L idea. I know I just had like 5 ideas in one. Like, we're going to do a museum, and then we're going to do a crowdsource journalism project, and then we're going to totally mock the Antifa by creating a website mocking them with our own counter-revolutionary shit, and then we're going to create an online museum. I know I just had 4 or 5 ideas within that one brainstorm, but you guys think that's those are some W ideas? So you know I'm a fire sign, by the way. Like, once I get started on the creative brainstorm, I'm like, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this other thing. And what if we did this over here? So you guys know the weirdest fucking thing happened to me last night on a completely different topic. And we're going to get into our content here, but I'm waiting for people to find the stream. Everyone make sure to mount the like button for me, guys. I would really appreciate it. A really weird thing happened to me last night on Whatnot. And I got to tell you guys this story because, like, this story is something else. Like, this was a wild fucking experience for me. Are you guys ready for a Whatnot story? So I was in my bedroom last night actually cleaning out my closet where I have like bags I got a while ago. And I'm thinking to myself, I should really be consigning some of these bags. I should probably sell some of these bags. I don't use them anymore. They've been in my closet. Like, someone else can have them and love them and all that stuff. And I was actually thinking about, there's a couple sellers on Whatnot. I was like thinking about co-signing or consigning through, which basically means you give them your bag to sell and they deal with it and then they pay you money. And I had one of my favorite Whatnot shows on. I had Luxury Blooms on, which is one of my favorite Whatnot shows. I really like her. She's got great bags. It's always a great selection. The prices are they're getting higher, which I understand why they're getting higher, but like, I'm like, also like, yeah, that kind of sucks. But like, you know, she's got to do her thing, man. She's got to make money. I understand that. So I'm watching one of my favorite Whatnot bag shows, and I'm cleaning out my closet, literally thinking about, do I work with these people to actually just have them sell my bags, and so I don't have to be done like dealing with this shit? I get a message from another seller on Whatnot. And I'm not going to name them for the moment, but they are actually a seller that I've bought like a lot of shit from. They're a seller that I have spent thousands of dollars with. Thousands of dollars across all the different shows that they have affiliated with them. This was not like, now, of course, they have no idea who I am because I don't advertise who I am on Whatnot and I don't make a big deal of it. I'm just like every other person on Whatnot. They don't know that I've talked about them on my show. They don't know that I've literally shown their stream. I've literally shown their show on my stream when we had Whatnot up in the corner and I would sometimes break in if they were bidding on an interesting bag or something like that. I've actually recommended people go to this seller because I have bought so much stuff from them. And I know for an absolute certainty that people who didn't even know what Whatnot was before they heard about it from me have gone on their show and have bought stuff from them. Buyers they would never ever get if I hadn't talked about them on my stream or posted about them on Twitter or any of that. It's not Blazendary if that's who you're thinking. If this is not, I don't want to incriminate Blazendary. Blazendary fucking rules. Blazendary is like currently my favorite seller on Whatnot. So I just want to be clear. It is not Blazendary. Blazendary kicks ass. But it is someone else that I've shown on the stream before, and I've shown several sellers on the stream, but this is definitely one of them. This is actually one of the more frequently occurring ones. So I get a message from this seller and they say, "Excuse me, you've left a negative review for us and we just want you to know that we think your review is wrong for reason X, Y, B, and Z, and we think you should remove it." Now, this review was for a bag strap that wasn't even a big purchase, but it was kind of a cool bag strap when they showed it on the screen. But then I get the bag strap in person and it's one of the cheapest fucking things I've ever held in my life. This is I have bought so much shit on Whatnot across a variety of different sellers. This is one of the very few Whatnot L's that I've ever had. I was so disappointed because the strap looks so cool on the screen, and then I get it in person and it's a cheap pile of junk. And so I was a little annoyed about this. And so I left them a review. And basically my review said something to the effect of, "You are a luxury bag seller. And I don't think you should be selling cheap plastic chains as a luxury bag seller. It's a little bit shocking to me." And I didn't even give them a 1-star review. I gave them like a 3 out of 5-star review. I think I was actually being generous and I think I was actually being nice. And it wasn't even that I wanted my money back. It wasn't even that I was trying to do any sort of thing like that. It was just that I was annoyed about this cheap product I got on literally a luxury stream. And by the way, Whatnot has a review system. And we're allowed to leave fucking reviews. And if people don't leave reviews for different sellers, then no one knows if you can trust that seller. And so now I've got this seller who I've spent thousands of dollars with messaging me, complaining about a review I left like almost 3 weeks ago, by the way. I left this review weeks ago. And now I've got this seller on Whatnot messaging me to complain about a negative review I left them 3 weeks ago, and how dare I say negative things about them, and they think I'm really bad for it, and they demand I remove the review. Cynthia W! 5 channel memberships from Cynthia. Really appreciate that, Cynthia. Let me get the channel membership goal up, because we are doing a class stream today, guys. We are doing a class stream. You can pay your class dues earlier. You can pay them when we get into the socialism content. But I'm going to finish my Whatnot story first. So again, I'm just sitting in my bedroom kind of cleaning. And so I was like, what the fuck is this? And so I start responding to them. And I said, well, I appreciate that you think I'm wrong. I actually do not think I am wrong. And I think I'm going to leave that review up. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And they were like, you should have reached out to us privately. And we heard from other sellers too that they didn't like it. And we refunded their money. And I was like, I'm not asking you for a refund, bro. I'm not asking you for a fucking refund. I don't care about getting a refund on a strap I paid like what, $30 fucking dollars for. Like, I don't care that much. It's just one negative review out of thousands of reviews that these people have. And it was 3 fucking weeks ago. So why am I hearing about it now? Like, this is a platform. I didn't say all this, but it's just like, this is a platform where people can buy shit from sellers. And if they don't have a good experience, or they don't like the quality, or they don't feel the quality was accurately represented, you know what they said? They were like, we said it was a lightweight strap on the stream. And I was like, I didn't say this to them, but this is the inner dialogue going on in my head. I'm like, motherfucker, I have a whole bag of bag straps like right on my dresser, and half of them are lightweight straps and none of them are cheap plastic. Okay? They were like, you should have known it was plastic by the fact that we said it was lightweight. I'm like, I don't actually think that's true. But like, so I was like, I'm not going to go through all my fucking reviews and remove the one you didn't like. Like, how fucking dare you do this? And then do you know what they said to me? They were like, if you're open to leaving us a bad review and not taking it down, then maybe you're just not the type of person that we want to work with. And maybe you're not the type of person that shares our values to buy our bags or some such shit like that. That wasn't an exact interpretation of what they said, but I was like, are you fucking shitting me? I was like, I left you a negative review about a bag strap, and now you're telling me, after I have spent thousands of dollars with you, that we just might not be a good fit. They're basically telling me they're going to block me, guys. I'm going to be blunt. They are telling me that if I don't remove the negative review, they are going to block me so I can't go and buy from them anymore. And I was like, oh, I understand what's going on. You think you're talking to a reseller, or you think you're talking to someone who is like a housewife spending their husband's money on your expensive bags. I was like, you know what I did? I totally pulled a, do you know who the fuck I am moment. I don't do this often, but when I do it, it's totally called for. And I believe I had the righteous position on this one. I totally pulled a, do you know who the fuck I am moment. And I said, well, I said to them after they were like, well, maybe we just don't share the same values, and maybe you can't buy bags from us anymore if you don't remove this negative review. I was like, that's a really weird thing to say to me, given that I have spent thousands of dollars on your bags. I fully intended to go spend thousands of dollars more. And not only that, but I promoted you on my YouTube channel to 129,000 subscribers. I also promoted you on my X to 127,000 subscribers. I also promoted you on my Instagram, which admittedly is smaller than the other two, but still has 20,000 fucking followers. I've literally promoted you on all these platforms. And I know for an absolute fact that you have gained customers because of me. Because they come and tell me, Karlyn, I got this bag from this person and I love this and I think this is awesome. And they never would have even gone on to Whatnot if they hadn't heard about it from me. And they never would have gone on their show if they hadn't seen me show it on my stream. And so that's basically what I said to them. I was like, this seems really weird because I've not only spent thousands of dollars with you, I've also promoted you to a fuck ton of people and driven clients your way. And you think that we don't share the same values over me leaving you a negative review on a cheap fucking bag strap? And you're going to block me for that? And I even said to them too, which is true, by the way, I've defended you assholes in the chat when people have come in and have said the bags are fake, because I don't actually think that they are fake. I don't think that they are at all, but they get people in their chat all the time saying, you're selling fake stuff. Anytime I've seen it when I've been watching their streams, I've always defended them and be like, shut the fuck up. No, they're not. I don't have to do any of this shit. I'm not doing it because they know who I am. I don't even use my real name on Whatnot. But like, to really have a person reach out to me under these circumstances to try to badger me into deleting one negative review that I left 3 fucking weeks ago. After all that, I totally had a do you know who the fuck I am moment. I was like, well, let me tell you, bro. Let me tell you. You want to say you're going to block me for leaving you a negative review? Let me tell you how much worse this can be for you. Because yeah, I didn't say this, but I was like, you know, I can take these DMs and flame them all over the internet. And they kept trying to make excuses. And they're like, you know, we were just disappointed. And this is where they, by the way, they got much nicer to me after this point. Once they realized that I wasn't a bored housewife spending my husband's money, once they realized I was not a luxury bag reseller that was buying from them to make money on the secondary market, once they realized that I have over 250,000 social media followers that I've actively promoted them to, that have driven customers their way, I'll tell you what, their tone started to change a little bit at that point, and then they started to go, we were just really disappointed, but we still, and then they were following up with, they were like, we still think you should remove the review. And I was like, bro, the last person who sent me DMs like this is the Assistant Attorney General of the United States. And do you no, hang on, before I said that, no, here's what else they said. Sorry, this is an important point. They said to me, you just wouldn't understand the complexities of being a whatnot seller. No, hang on, this is even better than it was. They said to me, you know, you just wouldn't understand the complexities of being a whatnot seller. And I said to them, I was like, I come from the world of politics. I deal with things that are substantially more complex than selling luxury bags on fucking whatnot on a daily fucking basis. Do you know the last person who sent me DMs like this trying to intimidate me was the Assistant Attorney General of the United States? And do you know what I did to that bitch? I released the DMs all over Twitter and YouTube, and they still embarrass her to this day. You think a luxury bag seller on whatnot is gonna fucking intimidate me? I was so pissed off. And by the way, I still haven't named them. And I just wanted that to be very clear. If the whatnot seller in question ever gets wind of this little stream, I want you to know. Oh, and then they told me, this is so funny, actually. Then they told me, they were like, we just want you to make sure that you have our best interests at heart. I was like, why the fuck do I need to have your best interests at heart? You sell bags. I buy bags. Like, this is a business transaction. This is not, I don't have your best interests at heart. I want to get bags from you as low as humanly possible. And if I cost you money on that transaction, I don't really give a fuck. Like, I don't have your best interests at heart. I fucking promise you. But I just want it to be noted. If the seller from whatnot that I'm talking about ever sees this or gets wind of this, I want them to note that I haven't said your name yet. I haven't revealed who you are. And don't think for one red second that I don't have all those screenshots saved. I took screenshots of every single fucking thing. And don't think for 1 second that if you give me any shit or block me from your shows, by the way, if you block me from your shows and I still feel like buying from you, I'll just create another fucking account. All your rich women clients who get their whose husband puts spending limits on their account, they all create secondary accounts. You think I can't create a secondary account? Just note that I haven't said your fucking name yet, but I will. And you know that I will do this because I've leaked DMs from the Assistant Attorney General of the United States, the number 3 at the fucking Justice Department. Do you think I'm afraid of a bag seller on fucking whatnot? W's old sub, thank you for the 5 channel memberships. I appreciate that. As a customer, it was such an off-putting experience for me. It's like, are they really allowed to do this? And so the last thing I did, which I think any sensible person would do, and we'll get into the real content right after this. I promise, guys. We're getting there. We're getting to the socialism. We're working our way up to the socialism, all right? So I went and tagged whatnot on Twitter with my 127,000 follower Twitter account. I said, hey, Whatnot, I have a question. Are sellers on your platform allowed to DM buyers and demand they remove negative reviews and try to intimidate them into doing so? And I followed up with, if they are, how can I trust the reviews on your platform at all? Like, what's even the point? Which I think is a valid fucking concern. And Whatnot replied. They never replied to any of my requests for sponsorship. I am an affiliate with them. I should probably do affiliate links more than I do. But Whatnot replied, and they very kindly said, we understand your concern here, and thank you for bringing it to our attention. This is not acceptable behavior. If you see behavior like this, please report the user from in their show while they are live by tapping on the username and selecting report. You can also reach out to our trust and safety team directly by emailing them at trustandsafety@whatnot.com. Thanks for helping to keep Whatnot a safe community. So, Whatnot W, Whatnot W, Seller L, Whatnot W. And if I ever find out that I get blocked from that seller, I'm going to leak those DMs all over the Whatnot subreddit. And there ain't shit they can do about it. There ain't shit they can do about it. Ain't shit they can do about it. You wanna come at me over a fucking $30 bag strap? Do you know who the fuck I am? All over one single 3 out of 5 star review from 3 weeks ago. What an idiot. What a stupid fucking business, man. What a stupid fucking business. And by the way, and this is the last thing I'll say about it, this is not a small little seller on Whatnot. This is a multi-million-dollar business that sells bags that are $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $60,000 fucking dollars on their streams. It's not a little one. It's a very, very, very well-financed business. And yet nothing compared to the world of politics that I've been dealing with for 6 fucking years. Anyway, that's my interesting Whatnot story. Hey, who's here for socialism? Who is ready for some socialism? 1 in the chat if you're ready for some socialism. 2 in the chat if you are not ready for socialism. Yeah, I'm drinking my my giant mug of coffee with my pinky finger stuck out. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So, guys, we were supposed to actually snipe this stream live a couple hours ago, but can I just tell you, I had horrible food poisoning when I woke up today. I ate some mushrooms last night I really shouldn't have eaten, and it went badly. I'm just going to say that. The reason we didn't watch this live, like I said we were going to yesterday, is because I had some food poisoning this morning, and it fucking sucked. And I'm still not feeling great, but I'm here. I'm here. I made it. We made it for the 5 p.m. stream. And it's probably better, honestly, because when we're watching it live, we can't pause it. We can't rewind it. We can't really dig into it. When we're watching it on replay, it's a little bit easier, a little bit lighter. We can take our time with it. So today we are watching the Radical Revolutionary Socialists from Seattle. Okay? This is an organization called Red May. Every single May, Red May hosts a series of events, and we'll show it to you. It's on their website, redmayseattle.org. They host a series of socialist events all over the city of Seattle, and some of them they stream to YouTube, and some of them they do not stream to YouTube. Well, we actually watched on Monday, I think, a secret undercover recording of a Red May event that took place in Seattle that was not streamed on the internet. So if you want to go back and listen to that, we probably have the only recording that's going to be released of that for a while. And we watched that on Monday because one of my volunteers went to the bookstore and recorded it, and that was awesome. But now we are getting into their streamed content. And about a couple hours ago, Philip made his triumphant return. Yes, Philip would be disgusted by the capitalism of Whatnot. Philip would be just sickened by the luxury bag collection that I have. Philip would if Whatnot is not a website Philip's ever going to go on. Philip is one of our favorite communists in Seattle. He is a graduate of Columbia. He is reliably very, very, very communist. And you know what? He hosts a great event in Red May. Red May is a total W for Philip. We have to be honest about it. Philip has been doing Red May forever. He has a massive archive of Red May content on his channel. Philip has provided us with countless hours of very, very far left socialist content. How many people have we gotten on video calling to overthrow the government because of Philip? I feel like we've gotten at least several clips from Red May of socialists calling to overthrow the government, including, Jody Dean? Jody Dean last year. I made Jody Dean go viral for calling for violent revolution against the government. And then Jody Dean got all sorts of emails and messages sent to her college, which I believe is Hobart and William Smith College, where she's a professor. And then Jody participated in a whole presentation about me where she whined and complained about me making her go viral on the internet because of her Red May talk. You never know what you're going to hear on Red May. Sometimes it's boring. Sometimes it's intellectual. Sometimes it's literal college professors calling for the violent overthrow of the government. And so we watch it and we enjoy it. In today's episode of Red May, which was recorded and streamed just a couple hours ago, Culture Wars or History Wars. Let's read the description. I have to make it bigger because I'm not wearing my glasses. The American right specializes in accusations that are both ludicrous and dangerous. Case in point, the claim that is the subject of A.J.A. Wood's scintillating new book from Verso. Verso is a far-left revolutionary book publisher. The Cultural Marxism Conspiracy. Why the right blames the Frankfurt School for the decline of the West. Does this already seem like a massive W of a socialist presentation to watch? W's in the chat. If just based on the first introductory sentence of the description, you're like, this is going to be a massive fucking W of a presentation to watch. You guys getting excited? I'm getting excited. Everyone make sure you mount the like button for me if you're getting excited about the presentation we're just going to watch here. This is going to be fucking awesome. What's the genealogy of this preposterous notion? How did the idea arise that big, bad Teddy Adorno and his wingmen, most of whom are Jewish, at the Institute for Social Research were plotting to undermine Western civilization by championing atonal music and the prose of Samuel Beckett? Yeah, that's all you assholes were doing. That's all you were doing, is advocating for tonal music and Samuel fucking Beckett. How did this change make its way from the world of cult leader Lyndon LaRoche to the ears of White House officials who defund educational institutions for supposedly indoctrinating students with this dangerous ideology? What history is being disavowed behind the screen of Culture Wars? I think this is going to be a massive dub of a presentation. I'm really looking forward to it. I need you guys to do me a favor, though. I need you guys to do me a favor. This is a class day on the channel. When we do a class day where I'm teaching socialism conference instead of a drama day, when we do a class day, I do have a channel membership goal that we need to meet, okay? That's because my work is 100% independently funded by you. Don't worry, this is not the money I buy bags with on Whatnot. That's a completely different pot of money. That's the money that I make on Twitter and Rumble, okay? That is, no offense, Rumble, but like that is the play money that I have, okay? YouTube is serious money. YouTube funds my work. YouTube allows me to spend all this time streaming with you guys. Yesterday, we unfortunately missed our channel membership goal by about 1.5 miles. And I didn't make a big deal out of it. We all have off days, and that's okay. You know, it is what it is. But if you guys are excited about watching this presentation, can we get up to 25 channel memberships before we start the stream? Because if there aren't enough of you to get excited to donate 15 more channel memberships, Old Sub has already given 5, Cynthia's already given 5. We only need like 3 more people to give 5 channel memberships, and we're already at the goal. If we can't hit 25 channel memberships, just right at the beginning, I'm going to say that maybe people just aren't interested in this topic and I don't have to watch it on the stream. Thank you, Nick. W's to Nick with a channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. We got Cynthia in with another $5. Appreciate that, Cynthia. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look at that. We're already up to 16. We need 10 more. I'm just going to wait for a second, see if we can do it. I think you guys want to watch this presentation. I think you want me to break it down for you. I think I will answer all your questions on the stream. We will make sure everyone understands what's going on. Hopefully we'll clip some crazy shit. Hopefully we'll go viral on the internet from this presentation alone. That would be rad. But if we don't get 9 more channel memberships, I'm just not going to watch it. And we're just going to go offline and I'm going to end the stream. That's going to be it. I can't do stuff if you guys don't want me to do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, if you don't value what I'm doing, I can go to other stuff. I can go back to cleaning the bedroom, man. I can go back to cleaning the bedroom. W. Lisa O'Grady, appreciate that. Thank you, Michael. I will count that towards a channel membership. Okay, we got 2 more. What is that? 18? We got average person with 5 W's, average person. Thank you so much for that. Who's going to put us over the top, guys? I know someone's going to do it. We only need like 2 more. There we go. Cynthia. Cynthia, I wish it had been someone else, but I'm glad it's you, my dear. I'm glad it's you. W's to Cynthia, the greatest. One of the greatest, one of many greatest supporters. Prita also comes in with a 5. Thank you so much, Prita. W's to you. All right. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate it. I know it seems like odd that I have to badger and all this stuff, but it really does help out. It keeps me in business. I don't have any political masters. I only report to you guys. And so I appreciate it when you help support my work because it really does mean the world that you allow me to do this. W's to Dan in the chat, throwing in a channel membership. We got Mitchell in there with a channel membership. Really do appreciate that, guys. All right, we're up to 35 now. Look, we overshot it by 10 memberships. Now, guys, if I teach you anything in the course of this stream, if I make you laugh, if I make you cry, if I make you think, please feel free to contribute to the overall goal. You can also send them super chats. That all does really help me out. But for right now, let's get this party started. Let's enjoy the return of Philip and Culture Wars or History Wars. Got to get this back down to normal size. There we go. Yo, we just got a couple more. Yo, yo, yo. We got Sarah in with a W. We got Fishing in with a W. Really appreciate it, you guys. Thank you for throwing in a couple more channel memberships. Hang on. Got to get the banner back up. There we go. Play.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Red May 2026, the 10th version of our
There are no closed captions, just so you know. I can't turn them on.
Mad Festival here. This is a special emergency meeting of Red May. I know many of you...
An emergency meeting of Red May. Why is it an emergency, Philip? It was on the schedule. Hey, thank you for being a member of the channel for 3 months. My payment went through on my bank, but YouTube's... Oh, no. What the fuck? I'm sorry about that. Obviously, I can't control YouTube. YouTube's going to YouTube. I so appreciate you trying. Thank you so much. Yep, Philip's Kitchen's looking good. Look at those cupboards. Everything's stacked.
Thought the only thing we had to fear was fear itself or QAnon, but it turns out that there is something major on the horizon that we have to look out for, and that is the cultural Marxism conspiracy. Fortunately, we have gathered together a number of people who can clarify what exactly the danger is. And the first person to start with would be A.J.A. Woods, who is the author of the book, The Cultural Marxism Conspiracy. It's out from Verso. A.J.A., could you tell us a little about what is looming over our heads?
Thank you very much for the introduction.
One for tranny, two for not tranny. James Lindsay's mentioned 36 times. Please let them talk about James. Please, 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 please. It would be the best thing ever if they talked about James. Do that voice again.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Philip. Yes, so the theme of my book, Cultural Marxism Conspiracy, is a set of narratives that have been developed and spread really since the late 1960s to suggest that the thinkers of the Frankfurt School, who we know as Theodor Adorno, Herbert Marcuse, Max Horkheimer, Erich Fromm, have been sort of engaged in a secret plot to either brainwash the masses, bring down...
Jews would never be engaged in a secret plot to brainwash the masses. How dare you? This is deeply anti-Semitic already. Saying that a bunch of Jewish academic philosophers, who are the people who brought socialism and Marxism to this country via their landing at Columbia University in the 30s, after they were kicked out of Germany for doing this shit, saying that they would be engaging in a massive conspiracy to brainwash the people, that is deeply anti-Semitic, ma'am. And I will not have it. There is no anti-Semitism on this channel, okay? We love Jews. We love bagels. Hitler is the worst person that ever lived. Gas chambers have wooden doors. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. We're all going on a fucking Holocaust museum tour this summer, okay? No anti-Semitism.
Western civilization, or indeed destroy the white race itself.
Wow.
Someone needs to go get Amalek like immediately.
Would you elaborate a little, maybe give us a fuller presentation of your book, from beginning to end, starting with the LaRouches and ending at critical race theory, I believe?
Yeah, I'd be more than happy to. I mean, what I want to start off by saying is that cultural Marxism, insofar as I've been studying it and following it, has never been one thing. It has never been a single narrative that has remained consistent throughout its entire history. What we think of as the quote-unquote cultural Marxism conspiracy theory is really a kind of construct that people who are looking in on this phenomenon have developed, kind of imposing a kind of a sort of false unity on it. What I do in the book is really approach this subject from a Gramscian perspective, but particularly adopting his theory of the intellectuals. What Gramsci's main innovation in the prison notebooks, which I try to build on, is not looking at sort of intellectuals as they should be in a kind of idealized or moralized sense, but actually how they do the work, and particularly how they are engaged in particular types of ideological and political struggle. Cultural Marxism, as I point out in the book, didn't just sort of pop into people's heads randomly. There were flesh and blood political activists or organizers or thinkers who were producing these ideas to achieve particular political goals, explain why they thought a crisis was happening in the West more broadly, but in America more specifically. and what we should all do about it. What surprises a number of people about the history of these narratives is that they didn't really originate from the right. For a long time, people believed that the phrase cultural Marxism, in the way that it's used by Ted Cruz, Ron DeSantis, that this was a revival and rebranding of the old kind of Nazi anti-Semitic canard of cultural Bolshevism,
If
which was
only.
used by Hitler
Yo!
and also another prominent Nazi.
So you're telling me the very first inclination that people had was that cultural Marxism, talking about cultural Marxism, was the same as talking about cultural Bolshevism, which was kind of inherently Jewish. Again, this is a deeply anti-Semitic presentation already, and I personally am offended. This is from the book. Following the grievance studies affair, James Lindsay became a terminally online anti-woke crusader. He posts long, rambling podcast episodes about Hegel, Gnosticism, and the American Library Association. Communist W. The communist is actually correct about this. James Lindsay is terminally online. He is an anti-woke crusader. He has, in fact, now changed the definition of the word woke. He does indeed post long, rambling posts about Hegel, Gnosticism, and the American Library Association, like massive communist W. Misakan, can you make a screenshot of that and put it into some sort of graphic with James Lindsay and the book? Can you can you work your Misakan magic and make us a meme with this quote lifted out of the book? Have it be like some sort of review thing, like make some sort of book review or something, some sort of fake fucking book review. I believe in you, Misakan. I know you can do this. We appreciate you.
Nazi theorist Alfred Rosenberg, to suggest that modernist art, or as they described it, sort of degenerate art produced by Jewish artists, was designed to demoralize the Aryan race, confuse them.
Wait, is this going to be one of those presentations that I can just go through and make clips out of context? Like, can I just clip this tranny saying that Jews were making degenerate art to demoralize the white race? Can I literally just clip that? Hang on. We're gonna do a little experiment here. Is everyone ready for an experiment? Need a lawyer in Florida or Arizona? Call Lauren Hayden. Okay. I don't know what that means, but hey, thanks for the money. I appreciate it. Hang on. Can we just do a little experiment real quick? Hang on. The fuck? Uh-oh. I might need to shut down my shit. God damn it. I can't make the clip right now. My clip tool is not working. I can't make the clip right now, but I will make the clip. I just can't do it right now because the clip tool is not working.
Modernist art, or as they described it, sort of degenerate art produced by Jewish artists, was designed to demoralize the Aryan race, confuse them,
you're that psycho. You're that psycho. Well, Lauren, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. And you are annoying and you're not smart enough to be here. Go away, you dumb cunt. Banned. And if you come back with another account, Lauren, and you just keep acting like the unhinged fucking psychopath that you are, we're just going to keep banning you so that we can focus on more adult matters. That's just another one of those psychos on the internet that's obsessed with me. That if you don't know who she is, don't worry about it. She's a fucking whore. She's a whore, psychotic, fucking lunatic who's obsessed with me. That's it.
Nazi anti-Semitic canard of cultural Bolshevism, which was used by Hitler and also another prominent Nazi theorist, Alfred Rosenberg, to suggest that modernist art, or as they described it, sort of degenerate art produced by Jewish artists, was designed to demoralize the Aryan race, confuse them, and in a way kind of psychologically prepare them for a communist takeover of the European nations.
So real.
This
So
idea gets
real
linked
and
to
true.
these stories about the Frankfurt School much later in the history of cultural Marxisms. But where it really starts is in a sectarian struggle within the left itself in the late 60s, particularly the student movement. So what's happening in the late 60s in the New Left, and particularly the Students for a Democratic Society, it is a battle between two different factions. You have people associated with the revolutionary youth movement, who are much more interested and involved in the causes of Black power, women's liberation, gay liberation, etc. Who on that were then adopting a kind of more expansive view of the agent of historical change. And opposed to that, you had another group within Students for a Democratic Society called the Progressive Labour Party, which really descended from the old left.
I saw the Progressive Labor Party at the May Day protests. Did anyone else see the Progressive Labor Party at the May Day protests? I got handed a flyer from them. I don't think I've seen them at stuff like this before, but the SDS is making a comeback. And so if the SDS is related to the Progressive Labor Society or the Progressive Labor Party, I got a flyer from them at the May Day protests in Boston that literally has a headline that says, "The problem isn't Trump, it's capitalism," or something like that. That's interesting.
And they had proposed a strategy that they called the Worker-Student Alliance, based on quite orthodox Marxist conceptions of how the industrial proletariat was the only kind of revolutionary agent going. So they recommended to student activists that what you should do is, you shouldn't be engaged in these kind of struggles of social oppression that are going on in the radical milieu of the time. But what you should do is sort of proletarianize yourself, go into the factories, sort of become the industrial proletariat yourself, and then we will lead the revolution. So as part of this debate, Progressive Labour Party often, as produced polemics. They produced sort of exposés around sort of theorists that were influencing the New Left and the student movement more generally. And one of the targets of this was Herbert Marcuse. And in one of their articles called Marcuse Cop Out or Cop, they accused him. They revealed Marcuse's former associations with the OSS and the State Department, which he was part of during World War II as part of the sort of war effort against the Nazis, but continuing on in the period of denazification in the post-war era. They used this association to suggest that Marcuse was still employed by the CIA, which had grown out of the OSS, and that he was tasked with the project of distracting the student movement from its real goals, the real goal of taking state power and promoting things like love-ins. And so essentially
taking state power means overthrowing the government.
Persuading student activists, student radicals to just become hippies, to drop out and take acid and things like that. As I explore in the book, these kinds of caricatures of what Marcuse was saying and what Marcuse thought were kind of very prevalent at the time and can really be contradicted by his own writings. What is really important at this point is that it doesn't. This idea of Marcuse being a sort of CIA asset to manipulate the student movement doesn't just stay with the Progressive Labour Party. It ends up being picked up by quite an unusual group that were at the time known as the sort of National Caucus of Labour Committees. I think initially they were the New York Labour Committees of the Students for a Democratic Society. And these were student radicals who had come under the wing of an older Trotskyist activist called, at the time, Lynn Marcus, but who eventually became the quite notorious cult leader Lyndon LaRouche. That they had their own rivalry with activists within the revolutionary youth movement, particularly figures like Mark Rudd and Bernardine Dawn, who would eventually get involved in the Weather Underground. And the LaRoucheites saw this pivot towards terrorism that the Weather Underground would eventually do in the late 60s and early 70s as evidence that Marcuse had been put in charge of turning, potential socialist students into proto-fascist shock troops to then lead towards a kind of global.
When communists and socialists are talking about their history, like, here are the things that happened on the left in the 60s, here are the things that happened on the left in the 70s, the 80s, and so on and so forth. First of all, it is really interesting information because what they're doing is they're telling us how the ideology progressed, how it evolved in the United States, the different groups that were influential and stuff like that. However, I really want people to understand, every time a leftist does this, they are giving their perspective with their narrative, just like anyone else. And so this particular person has a very specific perspective on the groups that they are talking about. And they might like these groups and they might not like these groups. And it's going to become real clear to you whether or not they agree with them or disagree with them. They are also making a conscious choice about which groups they choose to include in their narrative and which groups they choose to exclude. So what is the stuff that was happening at the same time period that they're not talking about, sort of thing? And I just wanted to give people this perspective, because when you're listening to this, you have to kind of you have to do both things in terms of the analysis. You have to listen for, here's good, interesting historical information about the development and evolution of the far left subculture in America. But you also have to keep in mind, this is not the whole story. This is not an unbiased story. This is one version of the story. And we always need to make sure we're doing a more holistic inventory. And that's why we watch a lot of different leftist groups. So we hear what this leftist group says versus this one, versus this one, versus this one. You put all the different things together, then you're going to have some version of the truth. But no single leftist group is going to give you everything. Just because they present it historically doesn't mean it's true. It's just like in the education system. Yep. But it is interesting history, and I am enjoying this perspective, actually.
Fascists to take over the world and a mass genocide. Over the course of the 70s and the 80s, the LaRouche movement kind of isolate themselves on the left, partially because of the sectarianism that was rife at the time, but also because of their very aggressive tactics of engaging with other groups. There was one thing that was quite famous called Operation Mop Up, where they would go to the meetings of the Communist Party or Socialist Workers' Party to sort of beat them up with nunchucks as a campaign to establish hegemony on the left. But yeah, as the 70s go along, they've obviously become incredibly popular in left-wing circles, and they start to link up with sort of radical right groups whose ideology is starting to sort of resemble theirs at this point. And they take these ideas about the Frankfurt School, about Marcuse being a manipulator of the youth, along with them. And over the course of the 80s and the 90s, you see them come up with arguments like the Beatles were a musical group for whom Adorno wrote the songs. Adorno basically came up with punk rock and was behind the development of commercial radio and soap operas. That Marcuse was the cause of the AIDS crisis in the 80s. And all of these different arguments from the LaRouche movement to sort of suggest that there was a kind of sinister elite manipulating world events that needed to be replaced by the LaRoucheite elite, because the LaRouche movement conceived of itself as a sort of group of philosopher kings who was almost fated to save humanity from disaster. And in the 90s, these narratives about the Frankfurt School almost kind of break containment, because one of the LaRoucheites, named Michael Mendocino, pens this article to link these sort of earlier, kind of almost quite surreal and Byzantine narratives about the Frankfurt School to the moral panic about political correctness that was sort of spreading not only just in conservative media at the time, but also mainstream media like the New York Times and Time magazine. So he wrote this article to suggest that the Frankfurt School, when they came to America, were part of a sort of Soviet conspiracy to produce political correctness, affirmative action, multiculturalism, to sort of demoralize the West and prepare for this sort of total genocide. And then in a kind of matter of coincidence, someone who worked in the New Right in Washington picked up these ideas because he had sort of been looking for a kind of scapegoat for what he saw as the sort of rise of progressivism in the wake of the 1960s. And this guy is Bill S. Lind, who had started out as a conservative activist at Dartmouth College in his student society there in the 60s, and over the course of the 70s, 80s, and 90s, kind of really developed a quite effective form of right-wing cultural politics. And you can see this in display in the way that he sort of took these sort of more obscure LaRoucheite narratives and turned it into a much sharper, a much more kind of media-friendly story, particularly with the phrase cultural Marxism. So for the LaRoucheites, I mean, they never really used the phrase cultural Marxism itself. Like, they developed all of these stories about the Frankfurt School, but they never used cultural Marxism. And Lind, when he was asked why he coined this phrase to evoke the work of the Frankfurt School and their apparent sort of nefarious effect on American life, he said that politics is all about legitimacy, and for him the phrase cultural Marxism has a number of connotations that ordinary Americans would be turned off by. So if you can persuade someone that speech codes at college campuses are, a form of Marxism, or gender-neutral bathrooms are a form of Marxism, then you can sort of,
they are provably.
You can use that as a wedge to push your agenda forward.
As a reminder, queer Marxists literally want to abolish all gender. So yes, gender-neutral bathrooms are in fact a form of Marxism, because queer Marxists literally make the argument repeatedly across all of their literature to abolish the concept of gender. They don't want the concept of gender to exist. They don't want men to exist. They don't want women to exist. They want everyone to be non-binary. So yes, gender-neutral bathrooms are a very clear example of cultural Marxism.
William Lind largely comes up with the narrative of cultural Marxism that we sort of see today. It then spreads further to the right over the course of the 80s and in the late 90s and early 2000s, as the Reaganite conservative coalition splits apart, and the faction of the conservative movement of which Lind belongs, the paleoconservatives, are kind of cast out from mainstream conservatism, and they sort of seek new allies in what was then becoming the sort of more respectable edge of the white nationalist movement. And over a series of collaborations, either in publications and in conferences, Lind neo-Nazis and white supremacists pick up Lynn's
Neo-Nazis,
notion of cultural Marxism and link it back to those earlier notions of cultural Bolshevism, and link it back to sort of older anti-Semitic discourses and tropes. And this is why this this convergence, this cross-pollination of ideas is why you can see memes on Twitter or on the internet today of Max Horkheimer being depicted with the Star of David on his head, saying that the Jewish Frankfurt School is behind, everything that's going wrong today.
Give me one moment. I have to see if I can get my clipping tool to work. Hang on. Just give me one moment to see if I can get my clipping tool to work. Just give me 1 second here, please. Just give me 1 second. If I have to, come on. I can't not. Just give me 1 second to restart it to see if I can get it to work. It's just going to take a moment. It's got to go through a loading process. That was just too fucking perfect, though. That was too fucking perfect. I have to clip that. Let me just, as my tool is starting up here, listen again.
Horkheimer being depicted with the Star of David on his head, saying that the Jewish Frankfurt School is behind, everything that's going wrong today.
The Jewish Frankfurt School is behind everything that's going wrong today. Are you working yet, clipping tool? Are you working? Please work. No, it's not. Fuck. Let me see. Configure recording. Hang on. My dog is upset. Everything's going wrong. It can't find my desktop. It has my desktop, though. What are you fucking talking about? You're detecting the display. Damn, it's not working. I think I got to restart my computer. Okay, well, we'll just have to get the clip later. Fine.
So the anti-Semitic quality of this cultural Marxism narrative really picked up in the 2000s, definitely helping to inspire figures like Anders Breivik, who was the terrorist in Norway, who killed a number of teenagers at a socialist summer camp and blew up a government building in Oslo.
He just blew up a government building. It's fine.
This is also, we were parallel, but also sort of connecting to this thread in surprising ways is the role of the Tea Party.
Oh! The Tea Party!
The Tea Party in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis and the real lack of faith in the sort of conservatism that George Bush represented, provides space for a kind of much more muscular and aggressive conservatism represented by the kind of the Green, no, not the Green Party, the Tea Party movement, and one of the main
Make
themes
your desk at home.
in,
That's what the dog's barking about.
In the Tea Party, among Tea Partiers, is this sort of this media populism that the main fights that conservatives face in the United States is against the mainstream media, and that mainstream media was ultimately planned, constructed, or coordinated by the Frankfurt School.
Damn. Conservatives fuck it up again. What this person just said is the Tea Party movement was about the idea that the biggest enemy that conservatives had was the mainstream media. And it's like, conservatives, can you please start to they fuck it up every time. Why do you think the main enemy was the mainstream media? Was it by virtue of the media as an organism? Or was it because media was co-opted by people pushing a far left political ideology, and perhaps we should have continued to walk it back to say, why did the media become this way? I'm just saying, conservatives, can you please go further than just surface level bullshit for once in your lives?
The Green, no, not the Green Party, the Tea Party movement, and one of the main themes in the Tea Party, among Tea Partiers, is this sort of this media populism. That the main fights that conservatives face in the United States is against the mainstream media, and that mainstream media was ultimately planned, constructed, or coordinated by the Frankfurt School down the line, and that the role of conservatives is to produce a kind of alternative media elite, whether that is through social media, whether that is through sort of documentaries that can be shared at local Tea Party meetings, or through alternative news sites. One of the sort of figures that's associated with the Tea Party movement at this time is Andrew Breitbart.
Breitbart mentioned.
May known for the eponymous news site Breitbart.com, and also the famous phrase that sort of politics is downstream from culture, namely that you need to kind of engage in this sort of cultural activism, this sort of media agitation, in order to secure the results in politics that you want.
True.
And Andrew Breitbart, I mean, ends up sort of becoming when he dies in the 2010s, almost ends up becoming a saint of a certain strand of the American right that would sort of rally behind Trump's first presidential campaign, and really form the ideological backbone, if you want to call it that, of that first stage of Trumpism. And coming to sort of closer to our own day, the way you see sort of cultural Marxism, all these anti-Frankfurt School tropes coming up in the United States, at least, is in the recent anti-CRT crusade. So this is mainly led by a figure called Christopher F.
Rufo.
And it's quite. I mean, I write about it in this book.
Ironically, Christopher Rufo is funded by a Jewish man named Paul Singer, who funds the Manhattan Institute. Just saying.
There are significant parallels between Chris Rufo and Bill Lind. I don't think that's a matter of them sharing certain sort of personal or individual characteristics, and more about the function that they perform in the American conservative movement. They are both intellectuals or cultural producers who operate within new right think tanks, and the kind of intellectual practice that those institutions encourage lends itself to particular kinds of particular types of political rhetoric, especially the way that you can sort of re-articulate phrases to be associated, have certain associations or connotations that you hope will be repulsive to the American public. So just like Lind used cultural Marxism, Rufo adopted the term critical race theory, and as he sort of admitted, as he was quite.
It is called critical race theory. There is literally a book called, like, you're saying Rufo invented the term critical race theory? Excuse me, sir. Ma'am, whatever the fuck. Where the fuck is it? Critical Race Theory by Kimberly Crenshaw. Critical Race Theory by Richard Delgado. When was this book written by Kimberly Crenshaw? How old is this book? 1996. When was this book written by Richard Delgado? I'm pretty sure it's earlier than that. Yeah, well. I don't care about the audiobook. I care about the print book. Let me get back to the hardcover. 2017. So you're telling me that Christopher Rufo invented the term critical race theory in 2020 or 2021, although I'm pretty sure it would start. No, it was in 2020. But Kimberly Crenshaw, I thought that book was older than that. I thought so. Richard Delgado wrote a book literally called Critical Race Theory in 1999. That was the third edition that we looked at. I thought that book was earlier. Kimberly Crenshaw wrote a whole book called Critical Race Theory, and this happened decades, or at least a decade before, no, 2 decades in the case of Richard Delgado. 2 decades before Christopher Rufo started doing the anti-CRT stuff. Okay, that doesn't even pass like a basic smell test. I'm very sorry, tranny, but that is wrong.
It's repulsive to the American public. So just like Lind used cultural Marxism, Rufo adopted the term critical race theory, and as he sort of admitted, as he was quite frank about in a New Yorker interview, he chose that because of his sense that the American public, or at least the American, the conservative constituency within the United States, would be turned off by each word in that formulation. He felt that ordinary Americans see life as creative rather than critical, and want to have a more focus on the individual rather than the racial or the practical over the theoretical. And it's really sort of tapping into these kind of instincts and impulses in the American psyche that sort of have long histories within American politics, American culture, American society itself. So you go ahead. Yeah, this is sort of me trying to give this sort of long arc of sort of from the 60s.
No, I mean, and what a long, strange trip it's been.
Yeah, it's a long.
As it happens, as I mentioned to you, to get semi-serious for the moment, I was at Columbia in '68, and during those days, Mark Rudd was my.
Philip was at Columbia in 1968. Wow. Philip was actually there on the ground at Columbia during one of the most infamous protest seasons in the history of higher education. That's actually, I am not surprised, Philip. I actually respect Philip's history and longevity on this one. I really do. Philip was fucking in it at Columbia in 1968. How fucking wild is that? It was actually pretty cool. Philip W. Rare Philip W.
My doubles partner in freshman tennis. But, the PLP, which tried.
Uh-oh.
No. Either Philip's gone or I've gone.
Don't come back, Philip. Come back, Philip. No!
Okay, well, it may just be me. Is it just Phil? Is
no,
Phil coming back?
Philip is not going to let us down. Philip's going to come back.
I mean, I could do readings from the book. Just to continue on
Philip's internet loses
Phil's
again.
Point about the PLP. What happened
Progressive Labor Party
in the sort of 1969 convention of the Students for a Democratic Society was that there was a big rift between the faction that would end up becoming the Weather Underground and the Progressive Labor Party. The Weather Underground sort of quit SDS and Progressive Labor Party, but were able to sort of cling on to cling on to the helm almost and sort of maintain power of the Students for Democratic Society, and under their rule,
actually.
The student movement almost sort of
that's actually interesting information that like the Students for a Democratic Society kind of split. You know what happened? Do you guys know what happened? The Students for a Democratic Society split into revolutionary versus reformist action. This is the splinter that I always talk about. There are two different types of socialists in the United States. There's two different types of the far left. There's the reformists who believe in both revolutionaries and reformists want to achieve a post-capitalist society. They both want to overthrow the government. They both want to get rid of capitalism and private property ownership in this country. But like the reformists believe in doing it through elections. This is like the DSA and the Working Families Party. This is like Zoran Mandami. It's getting elected to public office to be able to make small incremental changes over time. Whereas the revolutionaries are like, fuck elections, they don't work. We just wanna fuck shit up. We're gonna violently overthrow the government. And so what this person is talking about, because I think a lot of people do associate the Students for a Democratic Society with the Weather Underground, which is appropriate because there was a faction of the Students for a Democratic Society that split into the Weather Underground. But what I think I didn't know until today is that there was another faction of Students for a Democratic Society that split into more reformism, that in the form of the Progressive Labor Party. And again, both of these groups still exist today, guys. The Students for a Democratic Society is making a comeback. I've been seeing them at a lot of the anti-ICE organizing. I didn't see the Students for a Democratic Society anywhere until like the last couple of years. They were non-existent up until like very, very recently. The Progressive Labor Party I know is active because I literally talked to them in Boston at May Day and they gave me a flyer about what they believe. So these groups still exist today. And I just think that's kind of interesting that there was literally a splinter in the 60s or the 70s where, must have been the 60s, right? One faction went to the Weather Underground and one faction went to the Progressive Labor Party. One faction went to revolutionary socialism. One faction went to reformism. I think the current incarnation of the SDS is very revolutionary based on what I've seen. I've been handed like stickers and propaganda from them at anarchist events that is all about violent overthrow of the government. So I think the current incarnation of the SDS is more in the spirit of the Weather Underground types. But I just think that's really fascinating because that is, for people who are newer to this, that is the perpetual struggle that we see when we study the far left. It's the revolutionaries versus the reformists. In terms of queer Marxism, it's the anti-assimilationists, the anti-capitalist versus the assimilationists, people who want to assimilate to a capitalist society with the hope of making reforms and stuff like that. It's always the same balance that exists, and a lot of people don't really understand it with that level of nuance. Hey, thanks, old sub! W's old sub for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Really appreciate that. Guys, if you've learned anything new so far in this stream, please feel free to throw in some channel memberships. I would appreciate it. Let's get to the 50% mark. That would be awesome. We have Naruto in for the super chat. One in the chat, if you remember last year when Karlyn found a communist board game called Billionaires and Guillotines, where Trump and Elon are characters and the goal is to guillotine the billionaires. I remember that. I do remember that. Does everyone, one in the chat if you remember Billionaires and Guillotines? 2 in the chat if you weren't here for that little lovely moment. 1 in the chat if you remember Billionaires and Guillotines. 2 in the chat if you were not here for that that little revelation. That was a fun time. Fun time, Naruto. Thanks for the flashback. Appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Hey, we got Kristen in with the 5 channel memberships. W's, Kristen. Thank you so much for the 5 channel memberships. Yeah, there is actually a board game called Billionaires and Guillotines in which you can behead Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Fun fact. Published by Socialist Book Company. Pretty sure Verso. Is it Verso? I think it's Verso that published that. Pretty sure it's Verso. Might be Pluto. Might be Pluto. Pretty sure it's Verso. It's one of the two.
Lapsed. And then there is a debate about whether it was a result of, students being turned off by the Progressive Labor Party's politics. Also, on the
students were turned off by reformism.
The huge amount of state repression that was coming from the Nixon government at the time of radical politics, so they've made a kind of political involvement unfeasible. But the student movement completely shrunk. Particularly students for a democratic society under progressive labor. And in the book, I do joke that it seems like progressive labor are more responsible for the collapse of student radicalism in the United States than
what did I say? What did this person just say? The Progressive Labor Party was responsible for the collapse of radical student activism. They're saying reformism was responsible for the collapse of the violent revolutionary, whether underground types. This is the constant tension. Reform or revolution, reform or revolution. They both want the same end result. One of those two sides is more dangerous than the other, though. We are not in any danger of violence from the Democratic Socialists of America. We are not in any danger of violence from the Working Families Party. We can disagree with them and we can dislike them and we can think they're wrong on every possible thing. The DSA is not going to hurt us, guys. The DSA is not going to be violent. The DSA is not going to be destructive. The DSA is not going to light fire to things. The DSA probably isn't going to kick the shit out of you if they find you at one of their events. You're going to be pretty safe there. They may not like you. They may kick you out, but they're not going to beat you up or anything. It's the revolutionaries who are violent. It's the revolutionaries who believe they have the right to respond with violence at all time because capitalism is literally violent. So, while both the reformists and the revolutionaries are bad, there is one faction that is significantly more dangerous than the other, and we should always be keeping that in mind. You are not going to be in any danger if you go undercover at a DSA event. You're going to be just fine. If you go undercover at an Antifa event, or you go to some sort of Antifa thing and they figure out that you are like recording them or something, they will kick the shit out of you. That's not going to happen at the DSA. They're just going to kick you out. They might, try to steal your stuff or something, but they're not going to physically hurt you. Antifa will physically hurt you. Saul Alinsky wasn't in the Weather Underground. Saul Alinsky wrote a book called Rules for Radicals that is worth reading, but we're so beyond Rules for Radicals. Rules for Radicals is entry level. It's important information. You should read Rules for Radicals at some point, but we are way, way, way beyond Rules for Radicals. But listen to this again. This person is saying the reformists in the Progressive Labor Party were responsible for the downfall of this militant, radical, violent, revolutionary movement within the SDS.
Feasible. But the student movement completely shrunk, particularly students for a democratic society under progressive labor. And in the book, I do joke that, it seems like progressive labor are more responsible for the collapse of student radicalism in the United States than the Marcuse, the CIA asset.
True. Marcuse. They think Marcuse was a CIA asset. Was he though? I bet Mizakan or Master Shake know. Was Marcuse a CIA asset? I don't personally care either way. Marcuse was a giant pain in the ass regardless, but was Marcuse actually a CIA asset, or is this the left being paranoid? Do you guys know? I'm going to guess it might be them being paranoid. That is true. He was a CIA asset. I knew you would know. I knew one of you would know.
Hopefully we can get Phil back. Otherwise,
Keep going.
I could read The Great Gatsby.
Don't do that. Read your book.
Is it possible for us to bring in
I had a file on him.
the other speakers while we're waiting for Phil?
Philip L. Yeah, start talking about the book.
Or here are two of us. I think he was going next as a response to this incredible and important work. I can also respond if you would like. Shall I?
That makes sense. Why don't you just take it away, Jale?
Okay, wonderful. All right. So let me preface by saying that I think that this book is incredibly important in its ability to collect, capture, and make sense, unify this very dispersive web of questions and concerns. So it's precisely because I think that it's tremendously important and relevant to the present, then I'm going to press a little bit on one or two questions. So please know that in advance. So
yeah, boomer.
A brief set of contextualized questions that I've prepared for you and for listeners is as follows. So, Cultural Marxism Conspiracy offers a thoroughly captivating account of 60 years of political reaction formation since the long and global 1960s, which, as A.J. Woods acknowledges, begins with the momentarily triumphant decolonial struggles of the 1950s in Africa.
Decolonial means removing the oppressive force of capitalism. It means overthrowing your imperial oppressors. So they're literally saying the cultural Marxism stuff, like on the timeline that they're using, began with cultural revolution, like socialist revolution in these countries in Africa, which is probably true. So there were many Jewish spies during World War II in the OSS, which became the CIA. Nick Fuentes did a whole 40 minutes on this and the Jewish beginnings of the CIA. Thank you. Obviously, we love Jews here, so we're not going to talk about that right now because Jews are the best and there's no anti-Semitism allowed, and we love Jews and bagels and Shabbat dinner and all that stuff.
Notably, the Algerian War for Independence and numerous other liberation struggles that extended across the former empires. And I want to pause on that for a moment because I think that quick, fleeting kind of location of an originary moment for all of this continues to operate as it's unconscious. So just to flag that. As the book notes, these victories swiftly came home to roost, if to diminished effect, inside the national spheres of the former core. Here, the UK and the USA, corroborated domestically from the civil rights movement to third wave feminism, the LGBTQ bid for liberation from the metonymic state structure of the unit family and its authoritarian boss, the ideologically bolstered father.
Hey, everyone, let's welcome Forest Monster to our cult. Welcome, Forest Monster. This is a little bit of a more advanced class today. And so if you have any questions, and this goes for anyone, if you are new to my work, if you haven't joined us for one of these streams before, if you have questions about what they're saying, please make sure to ask questions in the chat, even if it seems a little silly, just because this stuff can be complicated when you first learn it. I also want all new people to know that you can head over to my Substack, which is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Click on the New to My Work Start Here section, and then scroll down until you find this, Re-Education and an Anti-Communist Introduction to the Far Left. That is a 90-minute video that walks you through a crash course in the language of the left, because they're not speaking the same language as us. That's why sometimes this stuff can be a little confusing. If you want a quick deep dive on that, that's totally free. It's available on the Substack, YouTube, Rumble. Usually it's easier to find on the Substack, but you can find it other places too. That is your deep dive, and it's available whenever you have a free 90 minutes to watch it. So we appreciate you joining us today. Let's go back.
Stands on the labors of those he exploits. So the family form as metonym for the state form. Also an unconscious of
the family form, metonym for the state form.
Family and its authority domestically from the civil rights movement to third wave feminism, the LGBTQ bid for liberation from the metonymic state structure of the unit family and its authoritarian boss, the idea.
How she's framing this is very interesting, but let's welcome Adu. Welcome to the cult, bro. Welcome to the cult. You know, your life is over. You're never going to see the world the same way again. You're never allowed to leave the cult. But guess what, bro? You're going to have friends during the communist revolution. And that's pretty cool. We appreciate you joining us. Listen to what this person says. This person literally says the queer struggle for liberation was about getting rid of the oppressive family unit. Which is true, but a lot of people wouldn't frame it in that way. Listen to what this person said.
Movement to third wave feminism, the LGBTQ bid for liberation from the metonymic state structure of the unit family and its authoritarian boss.
The LGBTQ struggle for liberation, that's queer liberation. It has nothing to do with being gay or trans. That's a different thing. You have to code switch in your head. The struggle for queer liberation was about overcoming the authoritarian family unit.
civil rights movement to third wave feminism, the LGBTQ bid for liberation from the metonymic state structure of the unit family and its authoritarian boss.
The state structure of the family and its authoritarian boss. Okay, for people who are new, it's important that you understand what you're hearing. Queer Marxism, queer liberation is not about the economic philosophy of capitalism. Capitalism is both an economic model and a cultural model. When we are talking about queer liberation, which is not the same as gay or trans, these are two very different things. When we talk about the struggle for queer liberation, that is the struggle against cultural normativity, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. The two main norms that queer Marxism is trying to eliminate are the gender binary, the idea that men and women are a thing. This is where non-binary comes from. Non-binary means no binary. It is selecting a gender that is outside of the gender binary because they believe capitalism created the gender binary, put men in the workplace where they had access to all the power and all the money, women in the home where they did the unpaid labor of having and reproducing in the nuclear family providing children to the workforce to replenish the workforce. This disparity between men having all the power and money and women being in the home doing the unpaid labor, this is where the patriarchy comes from. This is the gender hierarchy. If you eliminate the roles of men and women, everyone gets on the same level, and that's when you have gender equity and everyone is non-binary and men and women don't exist anymore. And no, they don't believe in biology. They believe that these are all socially constructed categories based on the needs of capitalism to continue reproducing the capitalist workforce and feeding the capitalist machine. The other cultural norm that these people are trying to overcome is the nuclear family. Because as you know, women are staying in the home. They're doing the unpaid labor of having and raising the children in the family, the children being the future oppressed proletarian workers under capitalism. Via something called social reproduction theory, the left believes that the nuclear family is where capitalist values are reproduced. Capitalist parents have raised their children with capitalist values and send their children out into the capitalist workforce to be oppressed by the evil capitalists, and so on and so forth. The reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe it is the literal means of reproduction of capitalism. You cannot reproduce capitalism without the nuclear family. You cannot abolish capitalism as long as the nuclear family exists. 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm talking about. 2 in the chat if that's confusing. I know that's review for a lot of people, but we always have to keep in mind, if you've heard me say that 87 times, we always have to keep in mind there are new people watching us that may not identify themselves. And so we always have to make sure we're making sure the new people understand what they're hearing. Plus, I get better at explaining it like every single time. Okay, let's listen again now that everyone understands that. And if you do have questions, please let me know.
Civil rights movement to third wave feminism, the LGBTQ bid for liberation from the metonymic state structure of the unit family and its authoritarian boss, the ideologically bolstered father who stands on the labors of those he exploits.
See?
So the family form as
Patriarchy.
metonym for the state form.
Oh!
Also,
The family form is the metonym to the state form. They want to abolish the family just like they want to abolish the state. When they say the state, they mean the US, the capitalist government. That's what they mean. They believe our current government is a capitalist government. Our current government is built on capitalism. Our current constitution is a capitalist document. When they're talking about the state, that is specifically what they're talking about in this context, the capitalist United States government. The government is built on capitalism, just like the family is built on capitalism. That's what they're saying. Do they frame queer Marxism not in terms of the ownership of the means of reproduction, but rather the traditional means of industrial production? Again, you're trying to equate an economic model to a cultural model. So you're talking about the economic philosophy. I'm not talking about the economic philosophy. I'm talking about the cultural philosophy. So in the cultural philosophy, no one owns the means of production. It just is a cultural norm that is upholding the capitalist system. You're trying to equate it to like the dictatorship of the proletariat in terms of seizing the means of the factories. I understand why you're doing that. It's not quite the same thing though, but I understand why you're doing that. You really just have to differentiate in your head. Seizing the means of production in the factories is very different. That's the economic model of capitalism. The cultural model of capitalism is a different thing. Yeah, I appreciate you asking the question. It was a good one.
And unconscious of the current hysteria. And here we might locate, in advance of ourselves and of Woods's account, one possible legitimate reason for the reactive right's repeated attribution of blame for so many social unsettlements and decolonial struggles, whether international or domestic, to the Frankfurt School.
Well, this is true, though. This is true. The point that Mizakan is making, seizing the means of reproduction captures actual production eventually. That's true because the nuclear family reproduces the capitalist worker. The capitalist worker gets inserted into the literal factories where they are part of the oppressed proletariat. If you take away the nuclear family, if you control the reproduction in society, if you control that you're queering the cultural norms of society so that you are not raising future capitalists, that will eventually trickle down into the actual, like, how society economically functions. If you don't have oppressed workers to replace the dying off workers with, then that will eventually capture the means of production. So you're 100% right about that. I appreciate that. Reproduction means new labor for capitalism. Yeah, you're totally right.
And more specifically yet, on Theodore Adorno and Herbert Marcuse, neither of whom were applied Marxists by any stretch of the imagination, as Adorno himself is quick to tell us again and again in his thoughts on literature, much less militants.
No. You're not listening. You're not listening. We don't care about your opinion. No offense. What you need to do is learn what they believe. We do not care about your opinion. We are not talking about what is real. Maybe we need to do a little level set. I don't recognize you, so I think you're new. We don't debunk these people. Our job is to listen to these people and learn what they believe. That's it. They all have jobs, bro. Why on earth would you believe they don't have jobs? These people are probably all college professors. Not only do they have a job, they probably have a better job than you do. They literally probably have jobs that they can't get fired from. They're public authors. They tour around the country speaking about these ideas. Many of them are like, again, college professors. They might be teachers. The left controls the unions, bro. How does the left control the unions if they don't have jobs? The left controls all of higher education. How do they do that if they don't have jobs? The left controls K through 12 public schools. How do they do that if they don't have jobs? Like, do you know how many different labor unions I've seen at leftist protests? No, you're still not listening. And so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put you in a 5-minute timeout so you're forced to listen. If you come back and whine and complain, we will be banning you from the channel. You are not allowed to debunk them, bro. And if I give you feedback about something, your job is to shut the fuck up and listen. Yeah, well, I call everyone bro, so you're just going to have to get used to it or don't and go away. I mean, I'm not going to change my language for you. I'm sorry. No, who do you think works at Starbucks? Who do you think works at Amazon? Who do you think is teaching your kids in K through 12 public schools? Who do you think are the lawyers that are going out and representing Antifa when they get arrested? You know, they all, 98% of these people have fucking jobs. If you're going to be on this, listen, welcome, you're new. If you're going to be on this channel, we hinge into reality here. I'm very deeply sorry, but this particular talking point and many conservative bullshit talking points are so easily debunked just by basic common sense. They all have jobs. They're not paid protesters. They're not lazy. They're not narcissistic. They're not any of these things. Yeah, let's not like professors, librarians, teachers, doctors, lawyers, longshoremen, teamsters, electricians, metal workers, carpenters. Like, I have seen the broadest fucking range of people controlling the unions involved in far left organizing. Anyone who believes the far left doesn't have jobs doesn't understand the far left. I'm sorry. That's just not true. The entire, all the conservatives are surprised that the teachers in North Carolina shut down the fucking entire fucking state. I'm not. You want to know why? They're all fucking leftists. Like, no, you're not listening. No. Wrong. Now listen, I've now corrected you 3 times. I need you to watch this short instructional video just for you. I need you to pay attention. You paying attention?
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
When you are new here, if I'm giving you a correction, your job is not to argue with me. You will always lose. Your job, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. You're beginning to piss off the chat, and they're about to start calling you a retard at any moment. I promise you. The chat wants this to be over as much as I do. Sit down, shut the fuck up, listen to what's being said, and try to learn something. And if you can't do that, there's the door.
So cultural Marxism conspiracy gives us an unassailable, watertight narrative with a manageable number of historical protagonists, all of whom have proper names and all of whom are endowed with the immediate agency to make individual will and mass social political effect correlate. That's the vanishing point of the book that is fascinating. So,
well, first of all, I don't actually believe that there are that many white male MAGA bros in the unions. But what I will say is I did not say every union member is a leftist. I said the unions are run by leftists, which means that the white male MAGA bros are completely ineffective in the unions. The white male MAGA bros aren't doing shit in the unions. Where the fuck are the white male MAGA bros when the left is controlling the organizing structure of all the fucking unions? They are provably leftist. The leadership is leftist. They are intimately involved in leftist organizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, but you're brand new here. We have so many fucking hours of videos of union meetings talking about far left organizing that you've probably never seen, probably because you conserve too much conservative retard media. So while it is true that not every person in a union is a leftist, the white male MAGA bros haven't done fuck off to actually prevent the left from taking over the unions, as evidenced by the fact that the unions are always represented in leftist organizing. So,
in this narrative, the Trump 2.0 era of violent reaction to the cascading victories of Occupy, Me Too, Black Lives Matter, and Solidarity for Gaza might be charted as the continuity of an entrenched line of reaction that originates in the American retort to the civil rights movement, the student movement, third wave feminism, and anti-war protests. Spearheaded by one historical actor's perfervid, resentful obsession with Herbert Marcuse's funding package, Lyndon LaRouche. So the other little thing I want to note here is, although AJ Woods just incredibly summarized the origin of Lyndon LaRouche's program in a set of political questions, the book itself notes a real resentment toward financial problems roiling under the political problems. So Lyndon LaRouche, who becomes an avatar for Breitbart, Doge, and the key figures of the manosphere.
Oh
Woods'
my God.
magisterial archival research shores the telos up.
You're telling me that Andrew Tate is the equivalent of LaRouche? They must have really fucking hated LaRouche, man. Maybe I need to look into LaRouche a little bit more. Okay, I'm very sorry. You're far too stupid to be here. I'm putting you in a 5-minute timeout. Shut the fuck up and learn or leave. Like, this is like, I'm not going to see this shit in the chat. That's not going to happen.
Through copious citations and play-for-play details. Mark Littlewood, Director General of the Institute for Economic Affairs in England, is just one of several that Woods names by name as examples of conspiracy theories guarding public tax dollars from distribution to their rightful recipients across a social spectrum. So I will return to Wood's brilliant, if speculative, explanation for this irrational attribution of apparent social transformation to one or two rarefied philosophical projects. But for now, I will make my own speculation, one that the book doesn't make. So I'm just casting around for my own explanations for why Marcuse and Adorno come to be the bad guys. The only textual or exegetic source authored by Adorno himself that could possibly explain the projection of a range of contemporary social issues, from the dissolution of the family to gender liberation, Black Lives Matter, and so on, onto a Hegelian, more than Marxist, theorist of negative capacity in art, poetry.
Really? The LaRoucheite roads leads to Dugan. Have you been following Dugan's Crash Out? The Dugan Crash Out is highly, highly, highly entertaining. If you haven't seen it on Twitter, like that shit is crazy.
Theater and music might be the essay entitled "On the Problem of the Family," written in 1955. But that essay does not prescribe any attack on the family, written by Adorno. Any attack on the family, which is, however, identified as the metonymic abstraction of the state form, tasked with acting as the primary building block of statecraft. If anything, the essay is a description of the family's vulnerability to an encroaching market order that cannot support it.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. This dumb bitch is totally twisting this entire thing. The reason they don't like the nuclear family is the means of reproduction of capitalism. That's why they are equating it to the authoritarian. She's like, we're not attacking the family. We're pointing out the family's flaws. It's like, no, you got, like, literally, there are books published by you assholes called Abolish the Family. Don't tell me you're not trying to destroy the fucking family.
Adorno surgically analyzes the fragility of the family-to-state axis and the encroaching dominance of a market transactionalism that neither respects nor values it and cannot continue to subsidize it via a Keynesian-style social package. The bad object there is then market liberalism, not the family per se, other than to observe that the rigid authoritarianism...
So the bad actor is really liberalism, guys. The bad actor is really liberalism, because these are not liberals. These are socialists and communists.
Nor values it and cannot continue to subsidize it via a Keynesian-style social package. The bad object there is then market liberalism, not the family per se, other than to observe that the rigid authoritarianism of the pater familias, he with most to lose as tyrant presiding over his little kingdom, will not bind under the pressures of falling profits and an increasing network of recipients. So, quote, this is Adorno. The loosening of family authority, especially as one of the sexual taboos, is due to the fact that the family no longer reliably guarantees subsistence and that it no longer adequately protects the individual against the increasingly overpowering, encroaching environment, end quote. So On the Problem of the Family was not available to the reactionary elements of the long 60s that Woods' narrative sees as continued into the present, informing the post-2020 zealous outcry against critical race theory and gender non-binary struggles. It was not translated into English until 1986, decades after the trouble of the long global 60s begins. So as far as philology goes, Woods notes that it is Adorno and Horkheimer's culture industry essay that is at once summoned and willfully reversed in both the 1960s with Lyndon LaRouche's attack on the New Left, and again recently with the backlash against BLM and the assaults on campus encampments, encampments in empathy with Gaza, and the ensuing condemnation of campus free speech as anti-Semitic, which is a question I want to return to later. Is this strange?
Hang on. We got a question from the Dark One. Thanks for asking a question. They say the nuclear family reproduces capitalism, but some of them have children. They queer their children. Do they think they can disrupt capitalism if they raise their children to be queer? Yes. Yeah, so you already got there. You already got there. Queer is anti-capitalist. Queer is anti-assimilationist. Many queer Marxists are in polycules. Not all, and not all polyamorous people are queer Marxists, by the way. But there are many, many, many queer Marxists who are in polyamorous relationships because polyamory is queering the nuclear family unit, okay? And so they're raising their kids as good little communists and socialists, and they have many ways they do this. They play games with their kids that are communists and socialists. They bring their kids to communist and socialist meetings. They live in a polycule commune type environment where they are raising their kids to believe very different things that are not culturally normative or the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. They are raising their kids as babies without gender. Not all of them do this, but some of them do. They raise their kids as to be non-binary, to be outside the gender binary. So if you're raising your kids with queer values, those are anti-capitalist values, those are anti-assimilationist values. They're not opposed to having kids. Many queer Marxists have kids. Socialists and communists have childcare built into their meetings so people can bring their kids. But they are raising their kids with a very specific set of values that is anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist, and that's what queer is. Queer is not about being gay or trans. Queer is about a far-left political ideology that is designed specifically to undermine cultural normativity, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism, the gender binary, and the nuclear family are the most specific examples of that. I just subscribed, but I just heard the names Dugan and LaRouche, unless they're referring to someone like okay. Hawes is a massive retard. Hawes is not a real leftist. Hawes is not taken seriously on the left at all in any way. We don't even pay attention to the American Communist Party because it's Hawes's little social media stunt and Jackson Hinkle's little social media stunt. They are not relevant in far left activism. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh God, is that enough Jesus guy back? Oh no, do I have to go ban someone in the chat? I was explaining something so beautifully. Yeah, gotta ban him. Too dumb to be here. Go away, bro. Yeah, Hawes is not a real communist, guys. Hawes is a fucking grifter. Hawes is a retarded fucking grifter that is not taken seriously on the real activist left at all.
The kind of fluidity of the notion of anti-Semitism such that it could travel such a wide range and be part of such a long, strange trip, to quote Philip. Deaf to its critique of reified desire as an appeasement policy instrumentally enforced by mass entertainment culture, Adorno and Horkheimer's reboot of Marx's religion is the opiate of the masses.
Hang on. So queer is anti-normative, which means anti-capitalist. Yes, not related to sex or reproduction. They don't believe in biological sex. So kind of, but like it's not related to, they are not against having kids. They just want to have kids in very specific ways where they're not raising those kids with capitalist values, so those kids can be good communists. But yes, queer is about anti-normative, anti-assimilation. Anti-assimilation means anti-assimilation with capitalism. Oh look, Lauren De Laguna's back. The psychopath Lauren De Laguna's back. So hey Lauren, gonna block you again, but that's okay. Go away. What the fuck is wrong with that bitch? What is fucking wrong with her? What a fucking crazy person.
With religion now replaced by Hollywood and opiates replaced by opioids, gets picked up as a celebration of the sex, drugs, and rock and roll that the right fears. Woods doesn't offer an explanation for this simultaneous collective mass purposive illiteracy. But this is not the time for philological quibbling. The point is that while Woods is onto something, and the book is most certainly onto something, it's the most amazing symptomatology of the present that I've been able to find. The questions that I have about it are as follows. A rational explanation for this kind of willful reversal remains missing. Why are these intellectuals and not any number of possibly more radical thinkers selected again and again to serve as a cipher that the right needs? Why not women or Black writers? Why not Fanon or de Beauvoir or Shulamith Firestone or Angela Davis herself? Why not?
Well, that is actually a good question. Why doesn't the right talk about Shulamith Firestone? Because Shulamith Firestone is like every fucking thing the right loves to complain about, all rolled into one psychotic leftist. Why that is actually a really great question. Why doesn't the right talk about fucking Shulamith Firestone? That would be a great that would be great. W Sheikah Lago, really do appreciate that.
Martin Luther King. Wood tells the reader that political positions are, quote, forged in the heat of conjunctural struggle. They were designed to perform ideological work for specific forces. That's the Gramscian dimension that Wood's just...
Guys, if you want a good introduction to Shulamith Firestone, I actually did a couple episodes about her. Just look up Firestone on the channel. We actually did a Sophie Lewis episode about her. Sophie Lewis is one of the most prominent abolish the family Marxists. Sophie did a whole interview about Shulamith Firestone and how much she loves Shulamith Firestone back in, I want to say, like 2021 or so. In that interview where Sophie's talking about Shulamith Firestone, Sophie also advances the idea that children should be born in bio bags, just like being cloned like a goat was. And Sophie actually snuck into a hospital in Philadelphia to see the goat cloning experiment a couple of years ago where they cloned a goat in a bio bag. And Sophie said that that maybe we should be having children born via bio bags because that would eliminate kinship, which would eliminate the nuclear family. I swear to God, that's true. We should maybe do a rewatch of that interview. You can find it on the channel. This is one of the all-time great Sophie Lewis things. No, she's not transhumanist. That's a completely different thing. I understand why you're asking that. It's a completely different set of people, though. But yeah, that was inspired by Shulamith Firestone right there.
It's noted. But how does ideological work
I gotta
work
go find that clip.
such that such inversions and reversals of a magnitude of this kind go unquestioned and become naturalized so rapidly? I think for that, we would need an adequate model of ideology to make the case for both the reversal of content and, more importantly, its transfer to this form of mass hysteria. That would require a model of populism. So a model of ideology, a model of populism. We would also need an adequate model of xenophobia. Adorno and Marcuse are foreign and Jewish, but they are also white and male. They don't.
Hans, I knew you were waiting for the Shulamith Firestone section to give this. Hans is like, Karlyn, I just can't compete with growing children in bio bags in a clone-like environment. And then there's like, we have now peaked. Hans knew that was the moment where we got into cloning children in bio bags, where we peaked at this moment. And Hans had the foresight to send in 20 channel memberships to get us up to literally 69 donated channel memberships for the day. Nice, Hans. Nice. Good one. I see what you did there, Hans. I see what you did there. Always the perfect timing. Love me some bio bag babies with our ginger dragon. See, like, this is the wonky shit we get into on these channels. Massive W, Hans. Really appreciate you. You're such an amazing supporter. Can't do it without you, bro. Thank you for all you have done and all you're doing and all you will do. Hey, Little Miss. Good to see you, bro. Haven't seen you in a minute. W's to Little Miss with the 5 channel memberships. We had our 69 for such a short while, but we enjoyed it, and so it's all good, bro. It's all good. We are almost 75% of the way to our goal for today. We got to block Laura D. Lahore again. I see in the chat has shown up again. Let me see. Where the fuck is she? I saw it on the thing. I'll get her when she rants again. Yo, Malcolm, W's Malcolm. Thank you for the gifted channel memberships. Malcolm, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. It's stuck there. Yeah, what the fuck? That's so weird. Why is the chat stuck there? Huh. She's on the screen forever. Maybe if I turn off the chat and turn it back on. Look at that. It's gone. All I had to do was turn off the chat and turn it back on. Let me see. What are we up to? 79. 79 gifted channel memberships for the day. Look at that. It's gone. Lauren D. Lysico is already gone. Forever, hopefully.
Don't quite live up to the dissolution of the social fabric attendant on civil rights or gender struggles. So the question there from a gender, race, and class point of view is, why does the terror and horror of women and Black people come to sit on the heads of these two white guys? And again, for that, we would need yet another theory, which brings me to the next leitmotif of the book, the war on theory as a war on intellectual labor. All right, so I'm almost done here with the key question.
Yeah, I think she was one of Destiny's whores. And can you imagine, like, what a pathetic person to be in love with? I just don't even understand it. But you also might be thinking of Lauren Southern. You're thinking of Lauren Southern. And I want to do a watch party of Lauren Southern's interview with Jeremy Boring, because what the fuck is that shit? Why the fuck is Lauren Southern kissing up to Jeremy fucking Boring? But I think that's who you're thinking of. But Lauren D. Laguna was also orbiting Destiny at one point, and he probably fucked her, and that was probably really, like, boring because he has a really weird dick, and I can't imagine anyone enjoying that. But yeah, Lauren D. Laguna is a massive whore. She became obsessed with me several years ago. She pops up every now and again. She really tries to, like, orbit. She's, like, desperate to be fucking famous. And I don't even know what to say. She's one of the stupidest fucking people I've, like, legitimately ever come across in my life. And it's like one of those, like, weird internet losers that will not just, like, go away. Sarah with an H, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. I really appreciate you. Oh, look. Yeah, she's got a Destiny wiki thing. There you go. There you can see who Lauren D. Laguna is. Yep, you can see that. What a weird fucking thing to have happen. Like why? Why? I haven't even thought about that dumb whore in a while, honestly. Hey, little miss, thank you so much for the super chat. Sorry, I have missed you all bunches. The school year is winding up and trying to save up for the summer. Things get tight when there isn't work and we don't get paid. Yo, I totally understand. I know you're always such an amazing supporter when you can afford to, and don't ever feel bad when you can't. That's just the way it goes. But you're always welcome to come hang out in the chat. You don't have to send in super chats, bro. You can always just come hang out with us. That's all good. We appreciate you regardless. But of course, I do appreciate when you send money and channel memberships. That rules. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Destiny called her Lauren Northern.
Question for AJA is ideology.
You rebuke the strumpet.
Populism.
Thank you.
So to wrap up, Adorno then is a proper name vacated of all content and even all identity. He stands for intellectualism as such, and therefore all social ills are to be attributed to him as a displacement of more entrenched anxiety of intellectual labor. Traditionally, intellectual labor is cast as respite from manual labor and therefore privileged. So that might explain why in modernity is the long process of subsumption and proletarianization. Intellectual.
You know, I know back in the day, I seem to recall that big tech was talking to her. And I was like, you know what? I really hope you just end up fucking her, bro. Because, like, what a fucking, how perfect. How perfect of a scenario would that be? In fact, that might have been karma in action had he ever gone through with that. But sadly, he didn't leave his house and he's scared of women and all that shit. So whatever. Missed opportunity, I guess. Missed opportunity.
Labor comes to be seen as precious, privileged,
but she's a massive whore. She definitely would have fucked him.
Weirdly enough. But Woods is deft in his reconstruction of the expansion of resources under the American cycle of capitalist accumulation and its relative largesse to the American university. There was enough capital thrown at institutions and universities in the 60s to support a queer abstract artist like Ellsworth Kelly, who becomes a major artist on the GI Bill, now monumentalized in, MoMA and the National Gallery. So what do we do with that as culture, as downstream politics? I could also name Roy Lichtenstein, Robert Rauschenberg, many, many artists, most of them gay, who came to prominence thanks.
Do those sound like Jewish names to anyone else? I'm just kidding. Jews rule. Jews are the best. It's cool that they're Jewish.
To the institutional mediation of state funds, again, universities on the GI Bill. One might therefore rewrite the book as a story of funding, university funding, with Lyndon LaRouche's triggered to vitriolic character assassination masked as politics by Herbert Marcuse's procurement of a university grant. The same sources of funding that LaRouche himself will eventually veer to the right for. If anything, Woods's careful reconstruction of LaRouche's move from bitter pseudo-Leninist or pseudo-Trotskyite to right-wing Republican might be rewritten as the story of funding itself, not of ideology. So who is the agent there? This too is present to our present. The recent DOGE DEI rollback might mask the more populist rage at paying jobs going to more competent, if non-white recipients. The real question to emerge then is if
Old sub, W's old sub. Thank you, old sub. We really appreciate you, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Getting us ever closer to our channel membership goal for the day. I want to listen to her talk about like white men being pissed off they can't get jobs again. Would I rather reincarnate as Jewish or as a Somalian? Oh, Jewish. Oh, 100%. Listen, if I have to choose between, listen, no offense to Somalians. I'm sure Somalians are lovely people. If I have to choose between having a high IQ and having access to all the money and all the power in the world and being able to get money just by virtue of an accident of birth versus being a low IQ African, I'm going to pick Jewish, like 100% Jewish. Yeah. Like if I had to choose between Jewish and Somali, I think the answer is clear. Like, I mean, I'm just, you know, listen, some faiths are worse than others. Some faiths are worse than others. Cynthia. Was it the obvious racism that did it there, Cynthia? Was it the obvious racism that resulted in it? I'm just kidding. Somalians are awesome, and Africa is awesome, and everything's awesome. Jews are awesome. Africans are awesome. Mexicans are awesome. Haitians are awesome. Indians are awesome. Everyone is fucking awesome except for white men, because, I mean, if we're being honest about it, white men have really let us down and betrayed us all. If white men were doing their fucking job, we wouldn't have this far left problem going on in the country, but white men have failed. White men have failed us. They are not the superior. No matter how many neo-Nazi friends I might have, they are not. They are like the white men have completely fucking failed. Massive L, white men. Everyone else is awesome. All the immigrants are awesome. Especially the Indians and the Somalians and the Haitians and all that stuff. White men, L. Everyone else, W.
State and institution.
I want to go back and listen to her say that again, though. I want to say, what the fuck did Hans say? Yeah, boo whiteys. Exactly. I mean, Hans is a black trans Latinx woman, and so Hans would know. Asians are, of course, superior. Yup, Asians are the superior minority, the model minority, if you will. Which, by the way, when the left says Asians are the model minority, what they mean is Asians have ascended to whiteness. And the left actually does say this. I've been in presentations in person where the left is talking about how you can, this is one of the racist things the left says, by the way. The left says that you cannot expect other minority groups to be like Asians because Asians are the model minority. And as such, Asians have assimilated to whiteness. And so because Asians have assimilated to whiteness, they will always be more successful than other minority groups. And other minority groups can't be expected to become the model minority because Asians are already there and they've already assimilated to whiteness. It's one of those racist things the left talks about when they don't realize they're being racist. Yeah, Asians are capitalists. They own nail salons and Chinese food restaurants and laundromats. And what else do Asians own? They're academics. They write books and stuff. They teach classes. They're like nuclear physicists and engineers and mathematicians and shit. Asians are capitalist. No, not even adjacent. Asians have become white. Liquor stores, dry cleaning, restaurants. Yep. Asians have become white. They've assimilated to whiteness. They own corner stores. Yep. They also own gongs. I still need to get a gong. I still definitely need to get a gong. Yep. They could be spies. 7-Eleven. Well, that's more like Indians, though, isn't it? That's not Asians. I mean, I guess maybe like Southeast Asian, but I think that's more like Indians. They're dentists. Yup. They're in all the universities, tech companies. Yep. Asians are white.
Of ideology. So who is the agent there? This too is present to our present. The recent Doge DEI rollback might mask the more populist rage at paying jobs going to more competent, if non-white recipients. The real question to emerge then is if state...
The most important things Asians do is they make my high-end knockoff luxury purses. And I got to tell you guys, I got a China purse delivery today that I've been waiting for like 3 months. Because it's one of those instances where I purchased something from China several months ago and they sent it to me and then it didn't make it through customs. This has only happened to me a couple of times, but when it doesn't make it through customs, it has to go back to China and then they have to ship it to me again. But like finally, at long fucking last, I got my Asian purse order, my China purse order from like 3 months ago, and it has one of the most beautiful fucking knockoff Chanels that I've ever seen. It's so good. It is so good. It was hand fucking made. It uses lambskin. The hardware is all exactly the same as on like a $7,000 Chanel bag. And I'm like, thank you, China. Thank you. Thank you for delivering me high-end luxury knockoffs for a couple $100, like a $7,000 fucking bag. Thank you, China. You know what? Listen, China is just superior. I have long since accepted China is going to red dawn our asses someday, and we're going to be better for it because then we will have high-end luxury purses here. Well, I have it in the other room. Do you want to see a picture of it, though? I have it in the other room, but I posted a picture of it. Hang on, media. Where is my purse? This is the purse. It is a jumbo vintage Chanel flap with gold hardware, and it's beige, and it's just a little bit iridescent, and it is fucking perfect. It is perfect. Like I like this is one of the highest end knockoffs that I've seen, and this was like not that expensive at all. Honestly, I was shocked. So that is the latest purse delivery from China. And that is a very expensive purse. And you can Google it if you don't want to believe me. And I didn't pay several $1,000s for that purse. And so China rules. No, I literally just got this one this morning. It just came in this morning. Anyway, everyone focus. We're going back to socialism. No purse talk. Back to socialism. Rein us in. Oh, yo, I bet you can. So in China, when you go to China, I don't know if you found this. They have places where you can go and order your knockoff purse. And what you do is you get brought into the basement of a building where they have a little store set up and they have all the models of the purses. And then if they don't have it there, they can give you an iPad where you can actually pick one out on the iPad. And then they deliver the purse to your hotel like 3 hours later. I gotta go to China, man. If I ever go to China, I gotta bring a whole other bag. I'm gonna be like, I'm getting every purse, and bringing them back with me. Thank you. Anyway, it's like you can find fucking YouTube videos about this. You can find people who have documented this. It's like, it's fucking wild, man. But remember, not all knockoffs are created equal. We are not talking about Canal Street. We are not talking about low-end shit. We are talking about literally the same fucking materials, the same machines, the same like construction process, the same fucking hardware, the same exact fucking thing that's on the authentic bag. You can get that from China for like a couple $100 because the luxury houses fuck us over, and the luxury houses only spend very little money to produce all these luxury things that they sell us for thousands of dollars. So fuck them. You can go get the same thing from China. Yup, they do. Oh, they do all the watches. Not even just Rolex. They do all the watches. All of them. They do Bulgari. They do AP. They do Patek Philippe. They do all the fucking watches. Anyway, everyone refocus. I know I took us on this little journey. I was the one distracting, but it's my stream. I'll do what I want. Everyone refocus. We saw like half a presentation of socialism.
Self, not of ideology. So who is the agent there? This too is present to our present. The recent Doge DEI rollback might mask the more populist rage at paying jobs going to more competent, if non-white recipients. The real question to emerge then is if state and institutional allocation of resources is an allegory of the capitalist state's collapsing capacity to purchase social peace, as in the Keynesian model of the post-war cycle. But this question is suspended. Wood selects his data set and his parameters skillfully as a social historian, and these questions are momentarily deferred in favor of probing ideology. But then again, what is ideology? How does it operate such that it could be this successful? Why is the left always collapsing into sectarianism? Why is the right always unified? What does ideology have to say to that? So again, my first question.
And this is generally how what you're seeing here. I don't know how new you are to the channel. What you're seeing here is generally how kind of like academic conferences work, where basically you have an author of a paper or a book that comes up and they say, here is my book, and they read a section of it and they say some words about it, which we saw earlier with the AJA training. Now we have other academics in the room, and they've all read the book and they have all prepared a paper responding to the book and offering a critique of the book. And they're going to say some good things and they're going to offer some criticism because that's what they do. Then at some point, and basically what's happening now is they're all kind of reading off a paper. Like, this is all pre-prepared. This is a speech. They know what they're going to say. The best part of the presentation is when they start to have a discussion, because at some point they're going to shift into a discussion and hopefully even a Q&A portion in which they will talk back and forth without having their language scripted. And that's when we really get the good stuff, because like on this one, they like what she's doing right now is reading a script. She's reading a paper that she wrote. So everything is very orderly and nothing is going to be out of sort. But once they have to start speaking like extemporaneously off the top of their head, that's where they start saying the quiet part.
For Woods is how does one ideological line rise above others in the conjuncture? And here one might worry that dependence on the Gramscian notion of conjuncture or multi-causality is at once not conjunctural enough, offering far too much power to a few proper names. As Wood says, deferring this, he's saying this is not epiphenomenal, but what if it is? One could also say that it's too conjunctural, missing the real issue, the state dispensation of wealth mediated through taxes and so on, through the institutions of the erstwhile bourgeois public sphere. In Woods' own eloquent language, and this is, I think, the kernel of the book. I'm quoting Woods, quote, "In the age of the chainsaw, the state is not a tool for improving people's lives, but rather a service provider for facilitating the needs and demands of capital." That's the moment where the Woods veers toward
the state, the U.S. government exists to support the needs of capital. Okay, Brad, that sounds good, but you might not want to say that publicly under your real name, bro. You might not want to say that publicly, but go forth and conquer. I wish you the best of luck. We'd love to hear what you get.
This kind of autonomous move of noting the autonomy of the value form itself. So what emerges under Woods' narrative and its many protagonists is that money talks. that it talks most loudly to those who would prevent others from sharing publicly generated public wealth, and that it motivates
Okay,
rupture.
it's not your name?
But
Okay,
for now, we'll
cool.
stay with Woods and ask how and why a purely imaginary order susceptible to conspiracy with no legitimate tie.
Just make sure, like, honestly, it's like, I hope you do this, and I hope, and we would love to hear the audio when you get it. Just please be signed up under a different name that's not the same screen name, okay? I'm sure you are. I'm sure you already thought ahead, but just make sure you're signed up under a different screen name and that you stay anonymous, all right? Go forth and conquer, bro. Everyone do W's for Brad in the chat.
To either its purported symbolic sources in the Frankfurt School or to the real conjuncture, the movement of history itself, which bends as much to the aftermath of colonial histories on the one hand as to the falling rate of profit on the other, manages to cast a spell over so many. How do we define ideology as this kind of conjuring of spells and of witchcraft? And how to account for its outsized capacity such that it comes to define populist opinion and populism itself? So I'll conclude. For me, one place to broach these questions would be to differentiate critical race theory from earlier approaches to identity politics, which focused more on a symbolic or performative order. Unlike 90s identity debates, CRT begins to hone in on the real issue, land back and reparation. Just as Marxist feminism isn't the same as...
What does land back mean? What does land back mean? Oh, you are a bounty hunter? Good for you, bro. Good for you. Guys, pop quiz for the chat. What does land back mean, and what does that indicate? Critical race theory was predominantly about land back. Okay, what does that mean? We're going to see who's paying attention. See, everyone's fucking around in the chat now. No one's answering the pop quiz. Decolonization. Yup. The return to Turtle Island. Yup. No, Nathaniel, not right. Don't just say capitalism. It's not that. No more land ownership. Close. Give Turtle Island back to the natives. Yup. Taking back the land. Taking back the land from what? Taking back the land from what? Be more specific. Return to Turtle Island. Stolen land given back. Yeah, that's actually a really succinct way to put it. Land back is a broad indigenous-led movement advocating for the return of land stewardship and sovereignty to the indigenous peoples. That's very academic of you, Malcolm. A very thorough answer. No borders. Yup. The indigenous taking the land back. Aha, there we go. The indigenous decolonizing the land. What else does that mean, though? What else does that mean? What else does that mean? Turtle Island is the name that the left gives to America. Turtle Island is the name that they give it before America was colonized by the Europeans, who then created the United States of America and wrote the Constitution to uphold capitalism or private property ownership. The United States, the country of the United States, colonized the land. They stole Turtle Island from the indigenous people. They imposed capitalism on the land. What that means is that the land back movement is about overthrowing the government. It always leads back there. If you extrapolate out what they're talking about, you cannot give the land back. You cannot decolonize the land without abolishing the U.S. Constitution and overthrowing the government. Those are required. There is no return to Turtle Island unless you abolish the Constitution and abolish the government, because that is what colonized the land in the first place. Does everyone understand? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We don't care what you believe. We care what they believe. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if that's confusing. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just explained. 2 in the chat if that's confusing. It is critical that we understand explicitly what they mean, because they try to obfuscate this and get around this. We don't really want to overthrow the government. Then how are you doing land back? How is the land going back to the indigenous? What do you mean when you say the state? You mean the fucking government. W's Nathaniel in the chat. Really appreciate it. You cannot do land back without overthrowing the Constitution, guys. It is not possible. You overthrow the Constitution, you overthrow the government. You also get rid of the United States, by the way. If they did land back, there would be no states. Land back means no borders. Land back means no private property ownership. Land back means no states. No states at all. At just a mass of land. Also no country because there's no border with Canada. Also no border with Mexico. That's what they're talking about when they say land back.
Order. Unlike just approach these questions would be to differentiate critical race theory from earlier approaches to identity politics, which focused more on a symbolic or performative order. Unlike 90s identity debates, CRT begins to hone in on the real issue, land back and reparation.
Dang.
Just as Marxist feminism isn't the same as liberal feminism because wages for housework demands a material intervention into circuits of value against liberal symbology, the color pink, and so on, running as business as usual. The claim to material value shifts the locus from identity and symbolism to collective questions of real estate, of resources, at least taxes, and energy expenditure or labor, desire, and circuits of reproduction in both the social
and when they say reparations, it's not just about giving Black people compensation for their ancestors being slaves. This is a really important point. Reparations means the redistribution of wealth. Taxing the rich, eating the rich, all that good stuff.
And its corollaries in culture. So my last sentence is that I think what we're witnessing is a reboot of years-old Hunger Games, attendant on modernity and proletarianization, masked as ideology, for which we need a definition. But again, I think this is a super, super important book that describes the madness of everyday life of academics such as myself. And I'm just looking for the sort of next tier that would bolster some of its foundation.
By the way, I'm really looking forward to the next Hunger Games movie. I don't mind admitting it. I fucking love the Hunger Games. The last movie kind of sucked, if I'm being honest about it. The last prequel kind of sucked. I'm really looking forward to the second quarter Quell Hunger Games movie. It's going to be fucking awesome.
Concepts, ideology, so on and so forth. Thank you, AJ Woods.
Thank you. Oh. You're muted, Phil.
Yeah, Mizakan also says addressing the gender wage pay gap is also about redistribution of wealth. Really great point. Philip, muted.
I think you're muted, Philip.
You're muted, Philip.
I'm unmuted now. Thank you, Gillet. Excellent questions. We will go back to thinking what exactly these stories displace. I mean, an interesting notion is the fact that cultural Marxism is a chimera. It doesn't really exist. There's no such thing, as opposed to critical race theory, which is something that people actually practice. So why shift from one register to the other? But I want to go to Quinn Slobodian, who's been pulsing in and out like some sort of dying star while we've got him here. Quinn is the author of Globalists and Hayek's Bastards and the new Muskism for the Perplexed. And we are certainly perplexed. And, you know, you've dealt with something that is often presented as a conspiracy, but you've broken it down into its various components. Anyway, let me turn the floor over to you. And
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much to AJ for this extraordinary book. And I want to make sure that my questions now don't preempt your response to Jale's very interesting intervention just now. In fact, I didn't have a prepared remarks, nothing as sophisticated as that. I had in mind more of a dialogue. So maybe I'll just pitch you my first question. And it ties into actually something that Jale was saying, which is not ever explicitly addressed in the book, but one kind of feels it hovering around in the background, which is what did you end this book thinking about the way that we write history? Right?
Mhm.
How did your extremely careful reconstruction and very helpful and theoretically rigorous reconstruction, in fact, of the idea of the cultural Marxist conspiracy make you reflect on your own practice as an intellectual historian? Because, you know, the Hayek's Bastards book I wrote, and in fact, a lot of the kind of neoliberalism studies stuff that I've been doing for the last several years is a kind of uncomfortable double of the very kind of logic contained in the person-to-person, text-to-text, thought-to-thought form of spider web style thinking that you uncover tracking the idea of cultural Marxism from decade to decade. So should we use this as an occasion to kind of reflect on our own methodology and practice? Again, I think this is really what Jolly was asking you to do as well. There is obviously an extraordinary virtue in just explaining.
Hang on. You need to get in control of your fucking emotions. I don't care how you feel about this. The goal is to understand what they believe. How you feel about what they believe doesn't matter. This is about learning, bro. Yo, Dana in Florida. Thank you, Dana, for the 10 gifted channel memberships, getting us across the goal for today. What a fucking legend, Dana. I didn't even see you coming. You swooped in from the side. I didn't even expect that. W's to you, girl. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Congrats to everyone who got a gifted channel membership. We have met our channel membership goal for today, which is awesome. If you want to keep giving me channel memberships, though, that's cool. If you feel like I'm teaching you stuff, if you feel like I'm helping you see things in the new way that you hadn't seen them before, please feel free to continue throwing in some channel memberships, super chats, whatever you guys want. All of this does fund the work I'm doing. We're now making up for yesterday's colossal miss of the channel membership goal, but that's okay. I really appreciate everyone who's donated so far. I really appreciate everyone who sent in super chats. I love you guys. I can't do it without you. We still have a bunch of presentation left to go. Please make sure you're asking questions in the chat when you have them.
How they understood things and effectively steel manning the argument from one moment to the next. But is there a way in the end that we should be compelled to, once that dust settles on a undertaking, to then step back and say, but let's be clear, this is not how I understand history. It's not just the passing of one dog-eared text from hand to hand or from one meme to meme, but there is some kind of causal story, structural story that subtends all of that. And what was your choice there as a historian to stop short of making that kind of lens expanding move and to kind of stay with the details, as it were?
Indeed, thank you, Gwen. That dovetails really quite nicely into some of the earlier questions. Because when I was writing the book, it was originally my dissertation, and I was reading a lot on.
This person did an entire doctoral dissertation about the right-wing conspiracy of cultural Marxism. And then they turned that doctoral dissertation into a book that is now going on a book tour around the United States to speak to all the other socialists about how all these crazy right-wing neo-Nazis have made up this idea of cultural Marxism. Because they have no self-awareness. And it's like, they really don't. They can look at things people on the right say, but they don't really understand the right. They don't really, even if they look at things people on the right say, they're always doing it through their leftist lens. And remember, they speak a different language than we do. They have a completely different subculture than we do. So they don't really understand the right in the same way that so many people on the right don't really understand them. And so they lack the self-awareness to understand that even in this very presentation, they're admitting they're doing the things that we're over here going, yeah, bro, that's cultural Marxism. That's literally cultural Marxism. That's what we're talking about. All this shit you guys admit that you're doing, that's what you're talking about right now. But they don't realize that because, again, remember, we are not supposed to watch this presentation. I know people might be confused about this if you're new. This presentation is not meant for us. This live stream is not meant for us. People like us on our side aren't even supposed to know that this talk is going on. This is them talking to each other about their ideas. They're not doing this on the internet for entertainment. They're not doing it for clicks. They are not doing it to reach people outside of their echo chamber. The only reason we're watching it is I follow these people and I do this shit all the time. But most people on the right will never know this presentation is happening because they don't follow these people in real time like I do. So you have to understand, they're not talking to us right now. They're talking to each other about what they believe. And they have because they don't talk to anyone outside their echo chamber, they have no idea how much they're projecting and confirming about, like, yeah, this is what we said cultural Marxism is.
In the methodology of intellectual history and trying to grapple with what it would mean to produce like kind of almost paradoxical things.
No, bro, you're not okay. You need to start asking questions. You need to stop making statements. Start asking questions, because when you make statements, every single time you've made a statement in the chat, it ends up being wrong. They stipulate words and act like those stipulations are the only definitions of the words. They are speaking their language. They are not speaking your language. They are speaking Mandarin Chinese. You are speaking English. They have different definitions for the words in their language. You are not speaking their language. They have no obligation to acknowledge your definitions of words. They are not the same cultural group as you are. So you can complain and whine and cry about the fact that they're changing the meaning of words. No, they are speaking a different language. Just because it sounds like English does not mean it's English. It is a completely different dialect with its own dictionary, with its own definitions. And they don't give a flying fuck what your definition is. That's like asking someone in China to care how you define a word in English. They don't care about that. They're in fucking China.
That materialist history of ideas. And I mean, I try my best in each chapter to go from, I guess, broadly what's happening, you know, conjuncturally for the people I discussed in that chapter, and the movements and groups that they're part of, whether that's the LaRouche movement or the Tea Party movement. Try to assess kind of the conditions that on which their politics rests, how they developed certain types of political institutions or organizations to kind of navigate those conditions, and how those were results of the conditions themselves, and how the people that I talk about in the book are really sort of personifications of political forces that have emerged at a certain historical point or a certain kind of period of sort of political and social contradiction. What is, I mean, it's really hard to try and then kind of express these sort of deeper theoretical considerations through the form of narrative history, because it is such a, I mean, it's a humanistic, it's a humanistic form, really, and you do end up focusing on the proper names, as it were, as individuals, as biographies, rather than as those personifications or those expressions of the deeper social and political tensions and forces. I mean, what would really be fascinating is to then flip it around and see funding as the agent of that story. I mean, one of the pages, which I now think of is sort of being tragically cut from earlier manuscripts, is me discussing the work of the new right think tank intellectual through an idea of tax-exempt politics, saying that due to the certain clauses in tax law, think tanks had to sort of their activity was sort of restricted to being what was qualified as educational, not linked to specific political campaigns, but always addressing the wider public or the people. And so really the new right ideology of sort of speaking for the people is not exactly a kind of conscious ideological move, but also a consequence of tax law in a way.
Right. It's a kind of fiscal artifact, yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, and at the same time, it's obviously sort of pulling on, sort of populist currents in throughout the history of sort of American politics, from the 30s and 50s and even deeper. But the way that it takes shape through a particular type of institution and the people who work at those institutions is partially a story of funding. But I think that when you are engaged in writing a history about what is, really quite considered to be a bizarre or fringe topic, there's always the temptation to be a little Louis Theroux about it. I don't know if people are familiar with Louis. For me, Louis Theroux was Weird Weekends, but I think that he's now sort of more globally popular. Of sort of going into sort of having an even more ethnographic approach and sort of going into a different or sort of unusual group of people and sort of saying, "Oh, look at how weird these people are." Without actually sort of considering the larger kind of the structural or social matters. I think I do kind of resist that temptation, but I think that it comes through because it comes through out as a reflex of sort of writing narrative history, and I think that it's how would you say that you try to sort of resolve that kind of that tension, that kind of almost imbalance between sort of producing a book that is narrative, but also producing a work that's kind of theoretically grounded?
Yeah, I think the virtue of the way you did it is that it preserves some of the contradictions, right? I think the downside of people who just follow.
Yo! Mizakan realizes I've been watching for 3 years, May 2023. That's crazy. How long have you guys been watching me? Put in the chat how long you've been watching me.
Too mechanical of a follow the money approach is it kind of implies that the funder always gets exactly what they paid for, and that there's that's how politics works. It's just like a kind of conveyor belt between the desire, a class desire or need, and a kind of spec policy outcome. And it's actually not how it works. But that leads me maybe to a question that I wanted to ask as well. The way that this debate has kind of circled around again, and I saw that you've been slightly wrapped up in it, around the Gabriel Rockhill, who paid the pipers of Western Marxism debate, because maybe I'll just leave it at that. Could you just say something about how there's been a kind of a meta way that the things you're writing about now have actually become things that have even been levied at, contemporary Marxists? The debate, the intra-left debate that you begin the book with in the first half really has actually never left us, right? It hasn't gone away. And there is still plenty of people who subscribe to the kind of cultural Marxist flat denunciations that the LaRouchites did. And they happen to be the ones who have remained on the X platform to a large extent.
We got a lot of Antifa propaganda from Crime Think we got to catch up on at some point. I was watching documentaries about how shitty communism is and what it pertains to, and your videos popped up in my feed. Since you've been watching me, M. Silversmith, Have you learned that it's way, way fucking worse than you thought from the documentaries? I'm just honestly curious. This is only for M. Silversmith. Since you started watching me, since you came from like communism sucks documentaries, and you can be honest if you don't think it's worse, but like, have you learned that it's actually way worse than the documentaries tell you it is when you actually understand this shit in the real world today? Yeah, Crime Think has put out a lot of fucking news. We got to do a Crime Think catch up, like, for sure. I don't think it's going to be tomorrow because we're going to probably going to do a drama stream tomorrow, but like, because Friday. Yep. Yeah, it's worse. It's worse than the anti-communist documentaries tell you it is. Yep, I know.
Or whose opinions are rewarded algorithmically with visibility on the X platform. So could you say something about that the way that old
Twitter
sectarian left logic has come to chime with more right-wing critiques of culturalism nowadays?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's thank you for bringing that up. I mean, really what you see with Rock Hill is a kind of repeat of...
Is the casino on tonight?
These...
They're not. I thought they were on Friday. Yo. They mentioned Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, anything to invoke their protests.
Accusations about the Frankfurt School, which in his book, I mean, is a little bit more empirically documented than in the progressive labor articles. But I mean, it ultimately functions as a proxy war between, you know, the different visions of what not only what Marxism should be, but what would be the appropriate political strategy, and who is really the agent of history, the agent of revolution. I think that what's almost kind of ironic about Rock Hill, though, is that, I mean, maybe he has written about it somewhere, but whenever he has been pressed on questions of strategy, he seems to kind of replicate the long march through the institutions model, which is really sort of associated with a kind of with the new left and sort of more culturalist forms of politics.
Damn, we might catch up on the casino tonight.
There's a sort of curious kind of disjuncture between theory and strategy there, but which is also at the same time a kind of a symptom of exhaustion. I mean, there's there is a kind of just going back to kind of older strategies that are no longer appropriate for the time in which we live. I mean, to think about the university as a base for social change, where universities are essentially being gutted, especially in sort of the humanities and social sciences.
Casmar in with the W. Casmar 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Casmar. You rock. We appreciate you.
In the 60s and even now, it's really the kind of places where activists tend to organize. I mean, to say that the university can still play an equivalent role in social transformation is maybe misplaced. I mean, I think, and you're also quite right about how how these sorts of discourses are rewarded on platforms like X. I mean, it's often moaned about, you know, every day there's a new discourse. You know, you log in and there is someone who said something stupid or something controversial, and most of the time you're not even able to really trace back who said what, or who's responding to who's subtweeting what. And it's kind of it's a machine, or it is a model of interacting with other people that sort of rewards sort of choosing one side or another, and also demonstrating that you are not the other side. I mean, the subtweet is a perfect kind of.
Well, maybe. Well, it should be starting soon. We gotta finish this, okay? We gotta finish. We can't do Kino Casino. We still have like half an hour of this.
I mean,
Sorry.
It's certainly part of why you know, Rock Hill is so popular. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily the people who support him. What has actually made him more popular is the people who are sort of showing that they do not believe Rockhill and that they that they oppose his sort of politics, and so you kind of get trapped in that cycle there.
Let me interject here for a second because I wanted to pose a question. Isn't Rothkill's premise exactly the opposite of what the cultural Marxist premise is?
Okay, maybe we'll do a Kino Casino catch up. Maybe we will. Maybe, but it's gonna start. If we watch the Kino Casino, we'll start at the beginning and we'll fast forward through the boring bits, and we'll probably catch up to them. To be honest, we'll catch up when they're doing the super chats or something.
The cultural Marxist premise is there is this ideology that's been so effective that it's sapped true Americanism, and that now we have the family is divided, patriotism is undercut, and so forth. Whereas what Rockhill is claiming, I think, and I haven't read the whole thing, I just skimmed it, is that by focusing on this cultural and ideological things, he sapped.
Hey, thanks, old sub, for the super chat. I was working very hard on getting Victor a closet yesterday. That was what I was doing when I was supposed to be streaming, but I was instead working on getting Victor a closet of his very own. W Victor, W old sub, thank you.
The ability of a kind of a firm Stalinist fortified Marxism to go ahead and actually win and seize power. Wouldn't this be the exact opposite in terms of how they frame the tactical moment?
I think on the overall level, yes, but on a sort of deeper level, no. I think that for Rockhill, something like a kind of Frankfurt School inspired cultural leftism definitely exists, and also kind of exists in the way that the right demonizes or attacks it. But I mean, both critiques of the Frankfurt School can almost kind of coexist. Of, you know, there is this. If you're on the right, you will say, you know, that there is this form of leftism that was produced in the 60s and became very popular in the subsequent decades to now. That is more interested in all of these kinds of, you know, social questions, and, you know, that decided to move away from kind of the classic revolutionary model of old school communism. And from Rockhill's side, I mean, he's saying the exact same thing. It's just that for him, for him, what the Frankfurt School were trying to accomplish, or what they were told to accomplish, was to sort of preserve, I guess, a sort of Western hegemony, whereas for the right, it's to sort of bring it down. But I think that the right don't see this sort of so-called cultural leftism as compatible with Western hegemony.
No, we do not. No, we do not. Correct.
Yeah, well, I think that they do. They oppose each other in certain ways, but also they kind of rhyme quite nicely in others.
Okay, fair enough. Let me invite Samir Gandesha in. Samir is the director of the Simon Fraser Institute, author of books, or editor of books like.
Hey, Mizakan, you're in trouble. Mizakan's in trouble. Hang on. I gotta show you this. Mizakan, are you here? Are you paying attention, sir? Are you paying attention? I was just looking at Poetry Painter's feed. Just because I was. Gotta check in with a dumb bitch at least once a day. Someone with a brand new Twitter account that probably has just been created, with 0 followers and 0 following, is apparently watching the streams and reporting to Poetry Painter about people who are besmirching the 500-pound fat ass who's been stalking me for 5 years. And Mizakan is getting a little tattling here. Let me show you this. In Karlyn's latest stream, they were watching queer socialists talk about fat liberation, and when one of them spoke about cellulites and rolls of fat being accessories, Mizakan decided to take a random dig at you, and then they included a really bad screenshot of the chat with Mizakan. So, guys, just so you know, they're not only spying on me, they're also upset at members of my audience when we speak the truth. I can't even see what it says there. The screenshot is so bad. But I had to show that. I had to show you guys. I had to show you guys. Mizakan's in trouble. Oh no. Oh no. What did Poetry Painter say? Hang on, what did she say? Because that's actually why I saw this. Desperately trying to tag her. She says, I have said before that if you are a person who uses logic and expects consistency, you should not try to make sense of anything she says or does. Yeah, just to be clear, you're 500-pound shut-in fat ass, Jill. We all know it. We've all seen the pictures. Anyway, I know I keep prolonging this. You guys are like, Karlyn, can we finish this so we can go watch the Kino Casino, please? And I'm like, well, we'll finish it eventually.
Aesthetic mark for the spell of capital. Samir.
Yeah, well, thanks very much, Philip, and thanks to the whole panel now for such a lively and interesting discussion. But a special thanks to AJ for producing such a fascinating and provocative and thought-provoking book. And I think, just looking back at the at the conclusion and calling for the left to, let's say, renovate its ability to tell stories, to engage in narrativization. I think, in a way, you practice this very well. It was a very compelling book to read. I think it was quite a page turner.
Probably true.
I moved through it very quickly and with a huge amount of enjoyment. I thought it was really quite fascinating.
Uh-oh. Samir, come back.
I think that it's fascinating the way you draw attention to the increasingly transgressive nature of the right, and I think there
transgressive. I
is implicit
fucking
in
wish.
this a kind of suggestion. I'm not saying you're making this sort of claim or argument, but for me, it's always been quite interesting to think about how the new left and the new right have sort of traded places since the 60s and 70s, and there's been a whole kind of prehistory through the 19th century of the left, very, very broadly understood to also include avant-garde art movements that haven't always been left-wing. I mean, obviously like Futurism, being by and large transgressive. And that transgressiveness becomes more and more muted as we move past the 70s into the 80s and 90s. At the same time, the right becomes more transgressive, and you could say this sort of culminates in a way in the insurrection.
The insurrection, the insurrection,
full-blown sort of transgression and the smearing of shit and spilling of urine in the Congress. I mean, this is quite extraordinary, and I think is
who the fuck spilled urine and smeared shit in Congress on January 6th? Which one of you assholes did that? What?
Sort of transgression and the smearing of shit and spilling of urine in the Congress. I mean, this is quite extraordinary.
It was the QAnon shaman, wasn't it? It was the QAnon shaman. It was the QAnon shaman. That was Pam. That was Pam Tifa. Maybe it was Pam Tifa. That is a really great point, Duchess. That was oddly specific. Who did that? Like.
And I think is a movement quite far beyond what you're calling or what's being called fusionism on the right. Kind of revolutionary movement, but also at the same time merged with a kind of return to traditional values and so on. This is somewhere beyond that, and I find this, quite fascinating. I call this a kind of transgressive populism, which really emphasizes the enjoyment in transgressive behavior, which I think also is intrinsic to populism, insofar as it's a kind of manifestation of the sovereignty of the people. And sovereignty here means, the exercise of unbound and unbindable power, right? So I think this symbolically represents that. And you touch upon this very, very interestingly, I think. And you also
probably Adam King, ding, ding, ding.
I appreciate the discussion about funding models and so on, but I think that in your taxonomy of intellectuals, and I think you draw on Gramsci to great effect to analyze the role of the intellectuals, but I think tank intellectual, you're showing how
Leonard,
this new kind of
I think what he was saying is in terms of like people who were writing books that were like critical of the left. So remember, like the left likes to write like sci-fi and fictional books to project their vision of the world. I think what he was talking about with futures is generally a reference to these like sci-fi or visioning exercises the left does in order to like visualize the communist future and like what it could look like. So when they're saying the right is doing this future stuff, I think what they're talking about are books that are like critical of a collectivist ideology. I think that's what they're talking about. I could be wrong. I'm open to other interpretations on that. That was my read on what they meant by that, but I understand what you're saying there. Is he talking about sovereignty of the people as it's always as a collective? The left is a collectivized ideological structure. So they believe individualism is necessary for capitalism. Capitalism cannot exist without individualism. In order to overthrow capitalism, you have to overthrow individualism. The opposite of individualism is collectivism. So they're always thinking about it from a collectivist mindset. Good question, though.
Intellectual is made possible precisely by these think tanks that are well funded, right? And I think that there is a sort of understanding of the, let's say, the material conditions of intellectual activity, which of course inversely can be understood as really destroying capacities on the left, because the left has been, since the 1960s, increasingly grounded in the university. And I think what has been said on the panel already is really
the left since the 1960s has been grounded in the universities. You don't say, sir. You don't say. The left since the 1960s has been grounded in the university. What a great admonition.
Has been, since the 1960s, increasingly grounded in the university. And I think what has been said on the panel already is really on the money. I mean, we're facing a crisis of the reproduction of these institutions, aren't we? I mean, both in terms of funding models and crackdowns on freedom of speech and academic freedom. So I think the kind of materiality of your analysis is spot on. I think we have an interesting sort of inversion as well, or let's say inverse images of left and right intellectuals in a sense, because I think you quote, I can't remember who it is, but is it Lind who says it's better to be effective than to be right?
Yeah, Paul Weyrich. Yeah.
Right, yeah, Weyrich, yeah. And I think maybe the left has exactly the opposite approach, which is that it's better to be right than effective. And how I would understand this precisely is in the fact that we need a narrative, and for a long time the narrative has been one of progress, on not just kind of on the sort of within the ranks of liberals who I think, even still cling to this notion of progress. But in the past, certainly particular kinds of readings of socialist tradition and Marx would want to emphasize, in a kind of modes of production narrative, the inevitability of the triumph of socialism and so on. We've disabused ourselves of that, and correctly so, right? And I think, though, the problem is what then comes to fill the narrative of progress. What kind of a story can we tell about our struggles? And I think, in a way, postmodernism a la Lyotard is in a sense the response, right? We don't have grand narratives anymore. We have petit récits, and those petit récits become stories about individual groups and identities. And there isn't then a larger story we can tell about how coalitions are possible, and even if we can talk in those terms.
Probably, I'm not sure.
Coalitions can't really tell stories, right? They can't provide a sort of narrative in the way that Gramsci could, in terms of talking about the Communist Party as the new prince that would create a kind of national popular will. We're sort of out of that model, as it were. And the Frankfurt School is in part responsible for this. Dialectic Enlightenment was hugely influential in terms of getting us to think very critically about narratives of progress, but especially Walter Benjamin and his dialectical understanding of civilization and barbarism, which I think that there's ample evidence today, obviously, to show this. So where does this narrative come from? How does it get articulated, and by whom? I think this is a question that the book poses. I think that these are the kinds of things that come out of it. And I would also wonder if the left hasn't done as good a job of practicing Deutschke's long march through the institutions. And what I mean specifically about that is that the right has spent decades investing time and resources into capturing the Supreme Court. And of course, they've managed to do that now, right? And it's led to the striking down of Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, the one thing, the one institution, this is a great freeze frame, the one singular institution that the right has. The left has every other fucking institution for decades, and they're like, well, we gotta fuck up the Supreme Court because the right successfully got that one. It's like the right has one W, the left has 9,000 W's. The right is losing massively, and the left is like, well, we got to get that last one. We got to get it.
And also now this highly consequential decision on the Voting Rights Act of 1965. So it seems that they've been very successful in marching through the institutions carefully and patiently. Whereas I wonder if the left has wanted to impose.
All right, Dark One's got a question. I have a question about land back and indigenous people. Would the indigenous people actually get the land back, or the leftists would control it? Okay. Okay. It's a good question. What the left believes is that prior to colonization, prior to the Europeans coming to America and stealing the land from the indigenous people and privatizing it under capitalism, what they believe is the indigenous people did not own the land. No one owned the land. The land was under the collective caretakership of all. All had access to the land. All were responsible for taking care of the land. No one was excluded from any piece of land. So what they're talking about with land back would be a return to collective ownership of the land. Now, how would that actually play out in real life? I don't exactly know, to be honest. It really depends on what sort of structure they build after they overthrow the government. Because again, in order to do land back, you cannot do land back without overthrowing the government and abolishing the Constitution. They're going to have to put in place some sort of governance structure for the collective caretakership, not only of the land, but also of the means of production and all that stuff. What that is probably going to look like is like local councils that are so-called democratically elected to make decisions about the land and production and all those things. Those local councils all work together and communicate with each other via these meetings, or they call them congresses. They also probably would send representatives up to a national congress, which would be a little bit like the House of Representatives, but like much, much, much larger than it currently is. Remember, there's no more executive, there's no more White House, there's no more president, there's no more Senate, there's no more Electoral College, there's no more Supreme Court. The only government institution that they would probably resemble would be the House of Representatives, but it would not be in the same form as we have it now, because remember, the current government upholds capitalism. They're building a completely new society. So nothing that they do in that society would be to support capitalism. It would be doing the opposite. So it might be a little bit of both, to be honest. It might be that like there would be indigenous people involved, but there would also be local leftist council. Like ultimately the land would be owned by everyone and available to everyone is essentially the idea. And that's what you really need to understand is it's like before colonization, before capitalism, before privatization, before we stole the land from the indigenous people, they do not believe the land was owned by anyone. Regardless of whether or not that's true, that is what they believe. And so that is what they're trying to get back to. What form that takes, I think they don't even know the answer to that.
Its view altogether too quickly without building, let's say, support on the ground, as they say, capturing hearts and minds, to use an awful phrase, right? Because it's basically a military phrase, but there's something to this, that you actually engage in what Gramsci would have called political education. You engage in this painstaking labor of transforming reified, spatialized, decontextualized common sense into a historicized good sense. It's an enormous, it takes an enormous amount of time and effort and vision. But this is how I saw Gramsci's understanding of hegemony. Whereas it seems what the left has done and said, well, we essentially know it's right. We have a kind of, direct, we have direct access to the good, the true, and the beautiful, and here it is. And that seems to have really backfired. At least this is one way of understanding it. So the long march to the institutions maybe hasn't been long enough, and it hasn't, in a sense, been intensive enough in terms of actually building support for the kinds of things that the left wants to do or has wanted to do. So that's something that comes to mind. I'm also really fascinated by the way in which former leftists move to the right, or they become former leftists as they move to the right. Of course, the paradigm case is Mussolini. But there are other figures in the United States during this time who are really fascinating. People like David Horowitz, who you mentioned, who was, a comrade with to the Black Panthers in Oakland, the editor of Ramparts magazine, and now is this far-right culture warrior. In Germany, West Germany, the most infamous case is, of course, Horst Mahler, who was one of the co-founders of the RAF. Prior to becoming involved with them directly, he was the lawyer of Bader and Meinhof. And today, I mean, he's a neo-Nazi. He's a Holocaust denier. He's a terrible anti-Semite.
Terrible.
How does this work? And
terrible.
I mean, that's a huge question that can't be settled here. But it's always fascinated me that
again, you are equating. Using the term state is not appropriate here. The state refers to the capitalist state. The state does not refer to the future communist utopia. So you're not using the language correctly. It would not be in control of the state. The state means the capitalist state. The state would no longer exist. It would be a different structure. They don't know exactly what that structure looks like. I know this is hard to wrap your head around, but it just takes time.
There's sort of twin attacks from each side on liberalism. And maybe what's really crucial is to get our critique of liberalism right, get it correct, get it sound. And this has everything to do with a topic I know is near and dear to Jalai's heart, and also Philip, you've been focusing on this a lot in Red May, and that's how do we get our critique of abstraction right? You know, and is it going to be a kind of abstract negation or a determinate negation? And I think what separates the right from the left is the left strives or ought to strive to a determinate negation of abstraction, whereas the right wants to engage in an abstract one, which entails a kind of personification, right? So the Jews become, as Poston has shown, I think quite brilliantly, the very embodiment, very personification of finance capital, right? So rather than a critique of political economy, you get a kind of politics of anti-Semitism, right? And I think that this is crucial to sort of take on. Yeah, and I think also, you know, AJ, your narrative would have been richer had you also maybe included a sort of glance at Telos, the journal, right? That was founded by Paul Piccone in 1968. It was really crucial in introducing the Frankfurt School to English-speaking world, North America in particular, but also the French. I mean, they translated Baudrillard and other French thinkers who, you know, sort of left or sort of.
No, they aren't. They actually. It's a good question. I understand why you're asking it. They actually are not. They are not. They I mean, they're generally opposed to like hate of all groups. Like, I mean, and they actually really remember. They do believe that real neo-Nazis exist, and they're not wrong about that. But like when they're talking about, when the left is talking about anti-Semitism, they are actually saying neo-Nazis who want to kill Jews, or believe that, like, in all of these anti-Semitic things like Holocaust denial and all that stuff. And of course, we disavow Holocaust denial. Hitler's the worst person ever to live. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. Obviously, okay, like Hitler's burning in hell, all that stuff. But like when the right is talking about anti-Semitism, they're trying to use it as a weapon to demonize anyone that doesn't support Israel. The left does not support Israel. The left doesn't like Israel. The left believes that Israel are the settler colonists who stole the land from the indigenous Palestinians. The left believes that Israel and the United States are exactly the same. The United States stole the land from the indigenous. Israel stole the land from the indigenous. That's why they don't like Israel. It has nothing to do with Jews. And so when it actually comes down to people talking about the Jewish question, they do believe these are real anti-Semite neo-Nazis, and they don't like that. Even though the right accuses them of being anti-Semitic because they don't support Israel, the left is actually more hinged into reality on this than the right is, because the right will accuse anyone of anti-Semitism. The left is actually more specific in their claim, and they're not doing it to, I mean, they are trying to demonize people, but it's kind of like not as badly as the right's doing it. I hope that answered your question.
Post-leftist thinkers. And then around the late 70s or early 80s, they took this right turn. They moved in the direction of a critique of Burnham's managerial class, or the new managerial class, as they called it. And they attacked figures like Habermas, meaning a certain kind of liberalism within critical theory. And they moved in the direction of now translating Carl Schmitt, Ernst Jünger, Alain de Benoit, who figures largely in your account, especially his notion of metapolitics. Again, the notion that
guys, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
Politics is downstream of culture. I think this would have added a lot to the discussion. And you have within, in a sense, the conveyors of to an North American audience, this incredible shift to the far right. And Paul Gottfried, wrote a number of articles on Schmitt, and is actually an editor, Russell Berman actually served on a commission in the State Department, I think, on the Inalienable Rights Commission. And David Pan, another editor, who's I think of Chinese American heritage, he's running for Congress this year for the Republicans. So this is a very strange constellation. I would have been interested to see your analysis of it in the context of this book. Another thing I thought that could have pulled things together a little bit in terms of what the other panelists have been asking is perhaps an account of the so-called Great Replacement theory, right? Because this is where you have this conspiracy that involves Jews creating the conditions within which Black and brown people are migrating in ever greater numbers to North America, to Europe, and so on, so as to
I really do need to go and make a montage of this presentation. Like all the times the left tells the truth about God's chosen people in a single presentation.
Black and brown people are migrating in ever greater numbers to North America, to Europe, and so on, so as to engage in the replacement of the white race, to engage in white genocide.
True.
Right? And this is the idea of Renaud Camus, who's the author of this great replacement theory, which played a really crucial role. I think it was in 2017, the Unite the Right rally, and the famous, infamous Tiki Torch rally involved the slogan, Jews will not replace us. So I think that would have tracked quite well.
I gotta clip that for Amalek later.
And helped to maybe ground a little bit more the argument, especially given, I think, the fact that what seems to be at issue in the Great Replacement theory is a profound demographic anxiety, right? And you see this in Europe. You see a lot of you see a Canadian far right sort of blogger and pseudo intellectual. Mark Stein, I think his name is. He wrote a book, I think, called Eurabia. It was about so-called Eurabia, that Europe was.
Yes, this is correct. When the left calls you a racist, a sexist, a fascist, any sort of thing, what they're saying is you are supporting the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. You're supporting the capitalist system. You're supporting the capitalist oppressor. It's just all ways to demonize people who aren't communists. That's it. They don't mean you're actually racist. They don't mean you're, and I know, again, there's some nuance to this, so I understand it seems a little confusing. When they call you a name, they're saying you don't support communism.
Being inundated with migration from the Islamic world, and in the sense of being taken over as an invasion. This was maybe about a decade ago, right? So I think it's a really fascinating kind of dimension of this conspiracy theory. And it's fascinating also because it helps us understand the kind of violence and aggression that's directed not just towards Jews and migrants from the global South, as well as people who've been in North America for decades, and that is LGBTQ.
Queer
communities, especially the trans community.
Queer.
There's a profound anxiety about the reproduction of labor power.
Social reproduction, family.
Fits well with the crisis of the family and this backlash that's moving, the backlash against feminism.
The social reproduction of labor power means mothers doing the unpaid labor of having children in the nuclear family, raising them with capitalist values, and then sending them into the workforce to be the literal labor power. It is the birthing and raising of new workers that are going to replace the older workers. So what he just said is like the very basis of social reproduction theory. That's why they believe the nuclear family needs to be abolished in order to abolish capitalism, because the nuclear family is reproducing workers for the capitalist system. Oh yeah, they say this shit all the time. Welcome to the good stuff, bro. Welcome to the good stuff. Yeah, Kay Stern. Kay Stern on Rumble got one of the few Karlyn was wrong moments ever in the history of the channel when I called her a cunt and then I had to apologize because I was wrong. I know. You should wear that like a badge, Kay Stern. You really should. That was not many people get that one on me. Not many people get to say Karlyn was wrong. Listen again.
Found anxiety about
that's a W for Kay
the
Stern for
reproduction
sure.
of labor power. This fits well with the crisis of the family and this backlash that's moving, the backlash against feminism, which is seeking to revive the trad families, trad lifestyles, and so on. You see these bloggers who are sort of trying to bring back,
and none of them are real.
The trad form of life, so to speak. So I think that this demographic crisis is really interesting and could help us maybe understand better this conspiracy of cultural Marxism, especially when we understand.
I think I'm going to have to cut in so I can reframe some of the final questions for everybody. I know Ken has to leave and so forth. I'm going to try to put this in a really sort of dumb thesis, very general. A culture war is a history war that doesn't happen. In other words, you have a choice either of something like the German Historikrieg, where historians come on each side, Nolte on one side, or Habermas, whoever on the other side, or you have the Moms for Liberty who take control of the textbooks in Texas, or as happened today in Florida, there's a huge description of Ron DeSantis' attempt to rewrite all of this. And it's essentially, you either debate slavery as something that was with us from the beginning, or you pretend essentially that...
See, Kay Stern over on Rumble says, I have moxie, I have thick skin. That's what we need in this community. We need people in this community where if I make a mistake and I call you a fucking cunt, you say, fuck you, Karlyn, you are wrong. Go back and read what I actually said. That would get my fucking attention. I'll tell you that. If someone talked back to me that aggressively when I was actually legitimately wrong, I'd be like, okay, I'm listening. I need people who can match me. I need people who can stand up to me when I need to be told what's what.
It didn't happen, that it was like going on a summer vacation.
But the danger of that is that if I turn out to be right, that's going to be an epic backfire. But if I am actually wrong, you're going to have a massive W. So it's a gamble. It's a gamble.
As one of the textbooks said and so forth. And so that the symptomology here would be that the culture war, as it comes out, is this very elaborate way of avoiding, displacing what is the core conflict at the root of one's history. And it's particularly settler colonial countries are particularly susceptible to this. There's no history wars in Israel, even though there were some new historians in the 80s who published different versions of how the Palestinians left Palestine, but nonetheless, there isn't a sustained conjunction. It's kind of marginalized. So that would be my question. I just throw it out to see if you find that congenial or not. And let me end by saying that I was bumped from this broadcast before Jaleh came in. I had no chance to introduce this wonderful professor of art history at UBC who has written Marshall Plan, Modernism, and Universal Prostitution, If you're interested in abstraction, if you're interested in autonomia, Jala is where you go to find. Jala is where you go to find about it. So I'll throw that question in the air as kind of.
Listen, if fucking Reagan ever told me to shut the fuck up and listen, I would be like, okay, Reagan, I'm paying attention. What do you have to say?
Our final question, we can go around.
If I can support that, sorry, the phone is ringing.
Like, something has gone horribly fucking wrong if Reagan is telling me to shut the fuck up.
I to return to the question of following the money, I think what I'm trying to say is you need mediation. So why is it that Peter Thiel can use his money to control Stanford and that has an effect on Americans, whereas George Soros used his money to try and influence Bard and that didn't have the same effect? One of them seems legit, the other seems like a liberal elite. Or another way to put the question is, why is it that
did they just denounce George Soros as the liberal elite? I'm sorry, what? Again, please?
Peter Thiel can use his money to control Stanford and that has an effect on Americans, whereas George Soros used his money to try and influence Bard and that didn't have the same effect. One of them seems legit, the other seems like a liberal elite. Or another way to put the question is,
they just called George Soros liberal elite. Another W for the communists. By the way, as a reminder, they're not saying liberal elite as a good thing. They believe the liberal elites uphold capitalism. The liberal elites are their enemy. They just called George Soros the liberal elite. I don't think George Soros is funding these people, guys.
Used his money to try and influence Bard and that didn't have the same effect. One of them seems legit, the other seems like a liberal elite. Or another way to put the question is, why is it that when gender neutral bathrooms are bad, it's Marxist, but when gender neutral bathrooms are good and we embrace them, we can't say, oh, it's thanks to cultural Marxism. So it's not so much, it's not only follow the money, it's a question of what mediates between money and ideology. So that's just how I would reframe.
Gender neutral bathrooms fucking suck. Men stink. And you know who thinks gender neutral bathrooms are good? Men. Do you know why? Because male bathrooms suck and they stink and they're horrible and they're gross, and women's bathrooms are nice and clean and smell nice. Men are the only people who benefit from gender neutral bathrooms. Women do not benefit from gender neutral bathrooms.
I think what I was attempting to ask, and to Samir's point, that's why I think AJ Wood, starting with the long 60s, beginning in the anti-colonial struggle, becomes a kind of unconscious that speaks to this quote unquote great replacement theory that, you know, really is nothing other than a kind of historical dialectical return on the long investment of colonial occupation. So those are just two ways of putting this sort of mediation question.
Well, there's so much on the table here. I guess one thing that I would say as a concluding remark that I really valued from AJ's book was the centering of the category of the elite and elitism, because I think when we think about cultural Marxism as a conspiracy or as an actual existing thing, because as AJ points out, there are varieties of cultural Marxism, and we can talk about the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies in Birmingham without, embarrassment, is that one doesn't usually think about the category of the elite and elitism. And in fact, this is a roundabout way of answering, I think, Jaleh's earlier interesting question, which is like, why is it ultimately these two white men and not the truly, stigmatized other populations that become the icons for the theory? And the reason is that the theory relies on defection from within the elite that then, makes use of the unwashed and the wretched of the earth for their own purposes, right? This is the core of great replacement theory. The core of great replacement theory is not, here come the immigrants. It's that here come the immigrants because they have been orchestrated by defectors from within the metropolitan core. And so that's what I found so fascinating about that through line in AJ's work, was the way that, the LaRoucheites were angry about the authoritarian personality because they thought it was discrediting the strong leaders like Lyndon LaRouche. And so the actual debate becomes not, who has the better theory of change, but it's really about who gets to decide who gets to be the vanguard and who gets to write the dominant cultural script, which is something that someone like Christopher Rufo understood very clearly and actually was able to take action on very clearly. So I found that to be a helpful way to sort of learning that I took from the book, was this idea of it's really a fight over the top crust of intellectual and ideological production that then makes use in different ways of conscripting the rest of people symbolically for their own ends.
Jason Reed posted today that the U.S. elites out of touch with most Americans story always means people who understand how vaccines work, what burning fossil fuels does to the planet, and the history of racism in this country, and not people talking about their plans for a massive ballroom.
That's good. Yeah, I read that too. Yeah. I have a concluding question, and that is that I wonder if this convergence between the tankies and the white supremacists has to do with this hostility to thinking itself, right? The hostility,
yes,
and
or
you can say theory, because theory is really a code word for thinking, for reflection. And that means, the other part of this is that there's a form of authoritarianism inherent in both. And that means black and white.
Decolonization means removing the influence of capitalism. It can be used in many ways. So the most common way they use decolonization is in removing borders from land, removing private ownership of land, decolonizing the land that was stolen from the indigenous. That's the biggest thing. That's the land back movement. They may also say they're decolonizing the classroom, by which they mean they're inserting critical race theory and all the other culturally Marxist ideas into the classroom to counterbalance the capitalist education that children were getting. This is what they believe. And I'm not saying what is actually happening. I'm saying what they believe. They're inserting different forms of like critical race theory and other far left ideology into education to decolonize the classroom, overtake the influence of the capitalist on what we learn in public schools, because they believe that public schools should be inherently socialist. So the term decolonization could refer to actual physical land, or it could refer to like more esoteric concepts and institutions and all that stuff. But yes, it is always about removing the oppressive force of capitalism, whether or not that means like physical ownership, like physical private ownership, or it means something a little bit more esoteric, like making sure you're balancing the capitalism taught in schools with more communism.
Right thinking, it means the hostility to ambiguity, and really the hostility to certain kind of discourse. I think that would be a kind of hypothesis. I think this is how it is. But the additional question is, does that not also beset a huge proportion of the left as well?
Hang on, we got a question from Goro over on Rumble. I really appreciate all like W's in the chat for everyone asking fucking awesome questions today. This is one of the best days that I can remember in terms of just like the very intelligent questions that people are asking. And I really appreciate that. Goro over on Rumble says, do they believe schools are colonized in the first place because society is colonized in their view? I mean, they believe by all rights and purposes, the public schools, not the charter schools, not the private schools, the public schools should be socialist. So they believe the public schools are a public good. They should be available to the public. Everyone should go through public schools. They believe the public schools should be like basically an inherently socialist institution, but they were created in a capitalist society. So they believe that people, like, it's another part of social reproduction theory. It's not just the nuclear family that does social reproduction theory. It's everything that influences the culture of a society. So schools, when they are teaching capitalist values, when schools are training people to go into the workplace and get jobs, that makes it an inherently capitalist institution because the school is reproducing capitalist society by saying, you need to go into the workforce and get a job, and we're going to train you for that. Whereas the left thinks that schools should just be places of like intellectual thought and conversation and art and like, you know, whatever the fuck you want, which would be basically removing the constant reinforcement of like get a job and productively contribute to society and all that. So they believe the schools are like inherently capitalist because they were designed to socially reproduce the capitalist society. And so, yeah, they're trying to decolonize the schools from capitalism by inserting Marxism and bullshit into the curriculum. Mizakan also says decolonizing the mind is like, yes, that this is another thing that can be decolonized. Your own mind. Socialists do this. It's basically trying to change human nature. Decolonization of the mind, rejecting the norms of whiteness and capitalism like individuality, beauty standards, professionalism, civility, merit, binary gender. Awesome definition, Mizakan. Awesome definition. Decolonization refers to knowledge production. Yeah, well, that's about what we said in terms of like decolonizing the mind or decolonizing the schools, or it's about creating far left narratives, essentially, to counterbalance all of the fascist narratives. That's like writing books and producing curriculum and that sort of stuff.
Over the last 20, 30 years, we've become increasingly hostile to thinking itself, precisely because of the domination or the dominance or hegemony of standpoint epistemology, right? And that means my claims to truth, right, have to do with my own experience. So if you challenge that truth claim, you're challenging my experience, and therefore you're challenging me, right? And I wonder if there's a degree of authoritarianism that we have to deal with on the left that puts us uncomfortably close to that of precisely those whom we challenge and contest. So that would be my kind of final question.
There's so many. I mean, I'm so grateful for this conversation because I've now got a sort of legal pad full of really great ideas that I'm just taking from all of you. Just to respond to Samir's question very quickly, I mean, I think that authoritarianism is at once kind of a demonstration of a sort of strength for kind of organizational rigidity, but also a kind of demonstration of a sort of weakness of organizing. There is a kind of this sort of kind of you cannot question the position that I'm currently holding is a symptom of a retreat from particular kinds of organizing, right? And I think that where I land in the book is sort of saying a kind of united front or popular front against the right cannot sort of be imposed from above. I don't think that is, I mean, because then you're just sort of organizing the people who already agree with you. What we need to do to sort of develop a resistance or an opposition to this is actually sort of, I mean, I'm always like a fan of door-to-door canvassing. I mean, I think that it's probably the most important form of political activity that you can really do. And it's very sort of humbling, and that attitude of sort of you can't sort of question what my priors are goes out of the window immediately. And I think that political organizations that promote that sort of that sort of engagement with people are sort of fundamentally necessary as a antidote to that. And then to go back to the sort of to the discussion about the Great Replacement theory, and also kind of why it's always the Frankfurt School instead of the people who actually did lead the revolts against social oppression. I mean, I think that on one level, the narrative of cultural Marxism, although it looks like it is a historical account, is really a way to engage in historical forgetting. You're able to sort of erase certain people.
These are academics, Brad.
From the story, from the process of sort of either gaining rights or gaining recognition or gaining sort of different forms of distribution, and say that it was really sort of these are the elite figures controlling the minorities the whole time. And then just leaving it on. I mean, I've had a couple of in interviews that I've been doing over the past couple of weeks. I've continually had questions about Islam, the rising meme or trope of Islamo-leftism, which really sort of comes from France, but is now kind of going global in quite a massive way. And what you see here is almost a kind of reversal of the kind of cultural Marxist formula, because with cultural Marxism, it is sort of these left-wing white guys are kind of manipulating the minorities, whereas in Islamo-leftism, it is now kind of, well, actually the Muslims are manipulating, you know, all of those sort of nice, compassionate white leftists, which means you sort of people are not sort of thinking through why those alliances are sort of now necessary, and also allows people to say disavow the point of pro-Palestinian solidarity and the entanglement of Western nations within the kind of settler colonial project in Israel in particular, but also the continuation of imperialism as it exists now. And we go back to the anti-colonial struggles in the 1950s, and it really is the kind of unconscious that exists with this story that is apparently just only about America, right? It starts. I mean, I was also. We should finish, but I was also in Portugal recently, talking about, you know, how the
Charles!
in the 1970s.
Charles getting in there with a last-minute W, 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Charles. I appreciated that you got one in before the stream ended. Thank you so much for the gifted channel memberships, bro. Just got a couple minutes left here. You're not even a couple minutes, just
really
1 minute.
Started with the resistance to sort of colonial domination that's carried out by the Salazarist regime.
111. That's an angel number.
Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau. Yeah. And so fascinating that now in Portugal they are picking up this idea of Marxismo cultural, this idea of the Frankfurt School being part of this plot to destroy the West. I mean, it's so. I mean, it's kind of reassuring because it proves that I'm right, but it is just so fascinating to see this happen over and over again. And you can always sort of go back to the sort of anti-colonial struggles.
This is one of those points that, as with the woke mind virus, you have to almost say, if that's what cultural Marxism is, then like let's have more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks very much, everybody. Sorry for the technical glitches in the center. I'll investigate whether that was a right-wing attack. Maybe we'll just assume it was. So Red May will bear the responsibility.
That's conspiracy theory.
Thanks to AJ, to Quinn, to Jelly, and to Samir. And
thank you.
Have a great day. And,
thanks for organizing, Phil.
I hope the weather
Great to discuss your book, AJ.
It is in Seattle.
Bye now.
Thank you so much.
Take care, guys.
I'll get right on that. Are you gonna block me, Hans? Are you gonna block me if I don't remove my negative review on your OnlyFans? Our values are no longer aligned if I leave you a negative view on your feet fucking pics? All right. That is the end of our first inaugural official Red May presentation of 2026. Let me ask you guys in the chat. 1 in the chat if you learned something new today that you didn't know before you started the stream. 2 in the chat if you knew all that stuff. We just spent 4 hours breaking that down. That was a pretty good presentation, if I'm being honest about it. 1 in the chat if you learned something new today on the stream that you didn't know before. 2 in the chat if you knew all that stuff. Let me see. Let me see. If you didn't learn anything new, you can say that. That's okay. That's a lot of ones. That's a lot of ones. I thought today was a really good one. I hope there are going to be more Red May presentations like this. So, of course, we will be following along. We will be taking advantage of all this amazing content Philip is giving us. We appreciate you, Philip. Even though you're a communist, you've been around for a long time and you provide us with great content. And so we don't dislike you, Philip. We don't dislike you as long as you don't, fuck around and try to copyright strike my channel, because you're not supposed to believe in intellectual property anyway. It's all good, bro. It's all good. Do your little socialist thing. We'll watch you. We'll commentate on you. But we appreciate Philip's effort here. He gives us a lot of good stuff. All right. Thank you to the people who donated 111 new channel memberships on the stream today. Really appreciate you guys. Really appreciate everyone who sent in super chats. I know people want to watch the Kino Casino tonight, and it's going on right now. Can I just... We can tune in for a little bit of the casino. I need to take a little break, though, okay? Let me just take a break. The Kino Casino has already started, but we'll start at the beginning, and we'll just be a little bit behind. I don't want to watch the Kino Casino all night, but I would like a Kino Casino update. And so just give me a second, okay? And we will start when the actual show started. And that way, when they're doing super chats for half an hour, we can just fast forward. And that'll be fucking great. All right? Everyone go take a break. If you want to watch the Kino Casino, come back in maybe like 10 minutes or so, something like that. And we'll watch the fucking Kino Casino. And we'll see the update. And if you don't know what the Kino Casino is, don't worry about it. Honestly, don't worry about it. All right, guys, that is it. I'm going to go take a little bit of a break. I will come back and watch some casino with you guys. Again, I very much appreciate everyone donating to the stream today. Very much appreciate everyone showing up and having just like a really productive day and asking some really good questions. And if you don't want to come watch the casino with us, I will be back at 5 p.m. tomorrow. 5 p.m. tomorrow will be a happy hour stream. And can we give her you got a Stern talking to earlier in the stream, and I appreciate you sticking around till the end, Forest Monster. I appreciate all the new people who get a Stern dressing down and they still stick around to the end. I appreciate that. That shows fucking moxie. Okay. I will be streaming at 5 p.m. tomorrow. We will be doing a happy hour stream tomorrow. I have a ton of Candace Owens content to catch up on. So maybe we'll do some of that tomorrow at 5 p.m. We can do other drama content as well. But 5 p.m. on Fridays is usually a little bit of a lighter stream. We usually do more drama content, more internet gossip and intrigue and fighting and all that good stuff because it's Friday and it's happy hour. And sometimes we need to take a break too, okay? So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow at 5 p.m. if you don't want to watch the casino with us in a little bit. Take care, guys, and I will see you very, very soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.